Go. Attention in the barns. Class 1 is now entering the ring. Class 2 and Class 3, please make your way to ringside. Again, Class 1 is entering the ring. Class 2 and Class 3, please be making your ringside. And as our first class of the day is coming in, I'd like to take this time to introduce our judge, Mr. Clint Demmett from Bridgeport, Texas. He lives in Bridgeport, Texas, where he and his family own and operate Demmett Livestock. He is a graduate of Texas Tech University with a degree in animal science. He was a member of the livestock judging team and meat animal evaluation teams while at college. He's had the opportunity to judge several local shows, as well as various regional shows, state fairs, and junior nationals all across the United States. He is extremely grateful for the opportunity to come sort it today at the North American International Livestock Exposition, and we are very fortunate to have him. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our judge today, Mr. Clint Demmett. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Percent Doe Kid classes 2 and 3, please be at ringside. Class 4, be making your way to ringside. Again, Percent Doe classes 2 and 3, please be at ringside. Class 4, be making your way to ringside.
Well, an incredible class, an incredible way to get the day started here. I'm looking forward to an awesome day sorting through some elite livestock and getting to work with some outstanding exhibitors out here. I think an initial trio here that you could flip-flop around, but for me, we talk about what we're going to build on today. I want them functional and fault-free first, and then at the same time, we're going to put as much extras in terms of look, in terms of true body shape, and red meat yield on them as we can. The one up front, I think, kind of combines the stoutness and the look of the 1 and 2 with the body, the rib, and the dimension of the 1 and 3, and does it in the most complete package for me. This one is absolutely exotic up front. The way her neck ties out of her shoulder versus the one coming out in 2. I think she's just bigger right there with the base of her midrib. I think she spreads more dimension today all the way back. Love the way that one floats around the ring. Love that one's look. Love that one's maturity. A really, really good deal in here. One coming out here in 2. Big bone, tall fronted one that's got a lot of really neat pieces. We get our hands on that one. I think she's a touch more immature about her midrib. Not quite as big and powerful back to that pin set today. But you start studying that one compared to the one right behind her. I like the way her front end's designed. I think her neck's longer, ties higher out of the top side of her shoulder. I think she's smoother in the way she ties into her scapula. Big-footed one that's awesome in terms of build. Maybe not quite the same amount of power and pry up high today, but one that's super, super good there for down the road. One coming out here in 3. We talk about body mass and dimension. This one's really expansive through her midrib. This one's really wide back to her pin set. I like that about her. We get off of her. We start talking about build. I like to make her neck tie out just a shot higher, a shot smoother into her scapula. I like to extend her out of her hip ever so slightly. One coming out here in 4, big-time handle quality, big back, thick-ended one that really packs a big punch from behind. I really appreciate that. We start studying that one compared back to the top 3. We need intensifier in her bone size to match her extra power she's got, help her balance. I'd like to extend her off of both ends as well. One we're going to round out with tall-fronted, really extended. Guys, this one just needs to be more opened up for this judge today. Let's put our hands together on an outstanding first class to start us off.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 1% Doe Kids. First goes to entry number 5, Michael LaRue of Westminster, Maryland, with Pine Bank, Frisco. Second goes to entry number 1, Colton Westfall of Vincennes, Indiana, with BOXF, Lucky Charm. Third goes to entry number 4 for Brian Hazelbaker. Fifth goes to entry number 3 for Olivia Rosemeyer. And fifth goes to entry number 2 for Wilson Kigley. Coming in the ring now, we'll have class number 2% Doe Kids 3 to under 6 months. On deck, we should have classes 3 and 4. Again, attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Classes 3 and 4, please be making your way to the make-ready area.
Well, another incredible lineup we've got out here, and I think these top three, just in terms of width and power, really satisfy what I'm after. And then after that, I think there's one that takes it up a notch, having the right kind of extension in the top pair. This one right here, just a shot stouter, a shot broader, a shot more powerful there from every angle. This one's got that out there piece of stoutness, that out there piece of width and power I'm after. Again, I don't think she sacrifices anything in terms of look. Compared to the one in second, that one's stouter about her skull, bigger about her forearm and her front foot. I think she just packs a bigger punch from every angle. One coming out here in second. The reason she beats the one coming out in third, I think she's longer off of both ends. From the side, this one silhouettes up with a really, really nice, just maternal look there. You love her head, love her neck, love her horn set. Again, I like her added extension compared to the one behind her. Not quite as stout about that forearm or front foot, or maybe not quite as mean about her mug as the one that wins this class, but one that's plenty stout, plenty powerful for me. It's her extra extension over the one coming out here in three. One coming out here in three. I love this one at the base of her forerib. This one's got a lot of true shape there. She's cracked open up front. She's wide from behind. We step off of her and we ask, is that one quite long enough out of his hip? Is that one quite extended enough up front? I think that one's good, and the way she fits together maybe comes in a shot shorter package off of both ends. One going to round us out in this set again. I think you ran into a buzzsaw of a class. That's the functional kind that's right in terms of her angles and her build. Maybe just a shot plainer right there in terms of her shape and her look up front. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 2. First goes entry number 10, Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana, with EFG, RB, MG, Sally go round the rows. Second goes entry number 9, Grace Ellis of Trafalgar, Indiana, with EFG, RB, MG, Mustang Sally. Third goes entry number 8, Tegan Walker. And fourth goes entry number 11, Carly Cully. Coming in the ring now, we should have Class 3, Percent Doe Kids, 6 to under 9 months. Class 4, please be at ringside, getting ready to go in. Again, entering the ring now, we have Class 3. Class 4, please be at ringside, as well as all firsts and seconds at Classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please be at ringside and ready for the Junior Percent Champion Doe Drive. While we have a momentary break in the action here, I'd like to tell you about a new feature of the 2025 North American International Livestock Exposition. Take a break from the barn and head over to the Junior Junction, which is located in East Hall A during the 2025 North American International Livestock Expo. This fun hangout spot is just for all our junior exhibitors, complete with basketball, wiffle ball, cornhole, giant Jenga, and even a scooter track. Need a quiet place where you catch up on schoolwork? We've got you covered with tables, chairs, and Wi-Fi so you can study or do homework in between the shows. Whether you're here to play or just relax, the Junior Junction is the perfect place to unwind and connect with friends. And again, that can be found in East Hall A during the North American International Livestock Exposition. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The following entries are missing for Class 4, and you need to make your way to ringside ASAP. Entry 30 for Carson Workman. Entry 45 for Piper Unger. Entry 46 for Grace Gifford. And entry 48 for Bailey Brumfield. Again, entries 30, 45, 46, and 48. You need to make your way to ringside. Your class is on deck and is about to go in. Class 3 is being placed. Class 4 will be in momentarily.
Well, another incredible lineup. We took a little longer here because I think the quality and the depth of this class is insane good. No question about it. We're going to be after the ones that are functional and fault-free first, and then we're going to add as many extras as we can. These top two are extremely hard to pick a hole in, and you sit there going back and forth, and ultimately this red doe up front is super, super bulletproof. The reason she beats the one behind her, she's stouter at the ground. She's stouter right there behind her shoulder. That one is big time in terms of her muscle shape, big time in terms of her look. I think she's an upgrade in terms of bone and feature today compared to the one in second. As we talked about, both these things are extremely hard to pick a hole in. Stout skulled, neat looking. Her neckties high to the top side of her shoulder. She progressively gets wider as she goes back. One that starts wide and square. One that you love her as she goes back to her pin set. One coming out here in two. You get your hands on this doe. She is Mongo back. She is Mongo ended. And I appreciate just the genuine shape on the top side power she's got. You study her head and neck. Oh, man, that is a cool little head that comes high to the top side of a long neck and a smooth shoulder. I like that about her. We start studying her compared to the one that wins. I got to intensify her in terms of her bone work at the ground. I would never call this one frail. Just maybe not quite as stout as the one that wins in this deal. I think that's an elite top pair of them here. A really, really nice class here. One coming out here in three, big time pieces. Talk about one that's tall fronted, alongside it and looks really, really good there in motion. We get her stopped and parked. I think she wants to get just a shot easier in terms of her top line, and we get her hands on that one. Not quite as big, not quite as broad over her loin edge or pin set today. We could smooth that one up down her top, pry her apart backside of her tail head. I think we could certainly make a case for that one. Really, really nice doe. One coming out here in 4, again, a lot the same. Tall-fronted, really extended, high-performing type for me. She's got a hook up and hinge just a shot better behind her shoulder. Wants to get a shot easier in terms of her top line. I think that one just needs more time, more days on feed. That's a big frame goat. Just needs to fill it out a shot more for me today. One coming out next, again, we start talking about just making them more fault-free. I think this one comes with more pieces. She's stout, she's wide, but guys, I got to change that one in terms of her breastbone and the way she sits in up front. I like to extend her out of her hip as well. Big time touching one coming out next. Big top, big hip, one that's super, super fresh. And I congratulate the young lady on having one that handles that good for me. I got to make that one better in the way she hinges out of her hip and her hind leg kind of wants to camp up underneath her in motion. Just make her shot smoother in terms of her overall silhouette. Really nice silhouette one here. A shot more moderate off of both ends. Needs to be more extended. Not quite as powerful up top. As we work on down, maybe some does that are just plainer in terms of their look, plainer in terms of their power pieces, or just how they blended it together. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 3. First goes entry number 25 for Trevin and Maddie Clems of Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADI TRV Hayes Purdy Girl. Second goes entry number 26 for Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with T-Walk La Cosmopolita. Third goes entry number 28 for Kellen Knott. Fourth goes entry number 19 for Brenton Bassford. Fifth goes to entry number 24 for Jackson Harmon. Sixth goes entry number 27 for Tegan Walker. Seventh goes entry number 13 for Brianna Shum. Eighth goes to entry number 22 for Timothy Arlen and Becky H. of Piketon, Ohio. Ninth goes to entry number 23 of J. Lee Miller. And 10th goes to entry number 18 of Adeline Plack. Now coming in the ring, we'll have Class 4 % doe kids 9 to under 12 months. At ringside, we need our first and second places from Classes 1, 2, and 3, as well as the subsequent first and seconds from Class 4. From Class 1 at ringside, I need entry 5 for Michael LaRue and entry 1 for Colton Westfall. From Class 2, I need entry 10 for Isaac Cruz Redden and entry 9 for Grace Ellis. And from Class 3, I need entry 1 for Trevor and Manny Clems, and entry 2 and entry number 26 for Tegan Walker.
Incredible class here. I think a lot of depth and quality, if you will. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors still on the rail. We're going to dismiss them at this time.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judges placing Class 4. If you were first or second in Classes 1, 2, and 3, you need to be at ringside. That is entry number 5 for Michael LaRue, entry number 1 for Colton Westfall, entry number 10 for Isaac Cruz Redden, Entry number 9 for Grace Ellis. Entry number 25 for Trevi and Maddie Clems. And entry number 26 for Tegan Walker. Again, the judges placing Class 4. If you were first or second in Classes 1, 2, and 3, you need to be at ringside for our Junior Champion Drive.
Well, another great class of does, and I think the one that wins this deal hits you pretty spot on, just in terms of that kind of look, that kind of power, and then still be able to move that good and that easy just in terms of her motion and her movement. That one fires me up pretty good. From the side, I think these top two kind of silhouette with the same look. They're both really tall fronted, both super extended and built right first and foremost. And the red doe up front, I think just kind of combines it with a shot more punch packed in there behind her shoulder. She's bigger, she's wider, she's fresher, top side of her loin edge and out of her pin set. I think she just packs a shot more in terms of true red meat yield and product. One coming out here in two, man, talk about one that's really good just from the side in terms of that one's look, that one's lines, and that one's levelness are spot on in terms of what I'm after. I love her silhouette. I love her maturity pattern. For me, we get her hands on that one. I didn't think she was quite just a broad right there in terms of her shoulder, quite just as massive right there down her top and how much power she's got in her. But man, that one right there, silhouettes like we like them. Love that one in motion, a good deal. One coming out here in three. Ran this one up because, man, I love her parts and her pieces. That one hits me dead center in terms of her look and the way her neck ties out up front. Big in terms of her bone work. For me, she's a shot more modest in terms of her length off of both ends. She could be just a shot more elevated top side of her shoulder. Could be a shot longer there from hooks to pins out back. I like to just smooth that one up and help her balance because she's got the parts, she's got the pieces. I'd love to take home and make that one a generator in my program. One coming out here next, I think really complete. And we talk about finding them fault-free. I didn't know she had the extra just in terms of power, just in terms of stoutness at the ground, maybe as the top three. But that one's really complete and hard to pick a hole in. Make her just a shot wider, a shot stouter there at the ground to match the initial trio here. One coming out next is stouter. She is really wide, and I appreciate finding that much density and that much true power and red meat product in it. For me, that one's got to be smoother in the way she lays into her shoulder. I got to extend that one out of her hip and hind leg ever so slightly, but I love just the true dimension, the true power she offers here in this set. One coming out next, I'll be honest, I kind of missed her when she came into the ring. She shot more moderate off the ground, but you start studying that one for what she is, man. That one's got a big-time topside shape. She's really true to the top side of her hip for me. We got to elevate her up front. We got to smooth her right there in terms of her chest and breastbone, just clean her up ever so slightly. Love the doe coming out next. They got to fix her rear passer, and she's a shot softer for me. Get the shot looser there right behind her shoulder. Black-headed doe again, a big high-performing type of female. Got to change her on her rear wheels as she hits the surface. Needs to be more consistent, more coordinated there as she goes. We're going to work down a set of them here. Maybe not quite as flashy just in terms of their look, in terms of the way they blend their pieces together, but they certainly made the pull because they have some out there pieces to take and put in production. Just need to make them a shot smoother, a shot better in the way they balance them together. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 4. First goes to entry number 45, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R, Wildflowers and Wine. Second goes to entry number 56, Phil Grover from Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with Big 2, Satin Slither. Third goes to entry number 42, Colton Danke. Fourth goes to entry number 33, Tina Villa. Fifth goes to entry number 39, Tyler Sparks. Sixth goes to entry number 57, Justin Whitehurst. Seventh goes to entry number 50, Clayton Newton. Eighth goes to entry number 48, Bailey Brumfield. Ninth goes to entry number 35, Kennedy Inglau. And 10th goes to entry number 38, Macy Elliott. Coming in the ring now, we'll have our first and second places from classes 1, 2, and 3 for our Junior Champion Doe Drive. From Class 1, first was entry number 5 for Michael LaRue, and second was entry number 1 for Colton Westfall. From Class 2, first was entry number 10 for Isaac Cruz Redden, and second was entry number 9 for Grace Ellis. From Class 3, first was entry number 25 for Trevor and Maddie Clems, and second was entry 26 for Tegan Walker. And from Class 4, first was entry number 45 for Piper Unger, and second was entry number 56 for Phil Grover. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Classes 7, 8, and 9. The junior champion doe drive is currently in the ring. Please be at ringside. Again, classes 7, 8, and 9. The junior champion doe drive is currently in the ring. Please be at ringside.
Well, a really great first division of the day, and this is in the indicator of what's to come. I certainly need to have my stock shortened shoes on because this is an incredible lineup. If you're ringside, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate these 8 exhibitors on making it back out here. Again, we start talking about making them functional and fault-free first and then adding all the extras in. I think there's one of them out here that hits you dead center there from the side, just in terms of that one's silhouette, in terms of being that stout and still being that neat right there in the way they tie it all together. For reserve, I think it's closer. You know, maybe one's got a shot more look and extension. I think one's got a shot more stoutness and power. And so for me, it's margin difference, and it's where you want to lay your priorities. But no question about it, there's one that hits me dead center out here. I love this doe just in terms of that one's look, that one's rib cage, that one's power, and an impeccable build. Young lady out of last class, you're the champion here in this division. We bring that second place over, and again, talk about that one's look, talk about that one's silhouette and athleticism from the side. That one certainly holds her own on this front line, and again, I think it's close, and she's certainly in contention of one that's really neat in terms of her look, awesome in terms of her lines. You know, there might be an upgrade out here just in terms of stoutness, but I never call that one frail at all, and so I think she certainly holds herself in the line. I'll take one more look, and I'll go select your reserve champion. If you will, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all again on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of our junior champion percent doe division. Your champion went entry number 45, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R, Wildflowers and Wine. Your reserve from the same class went to entry number 56, Phil Grover from Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with Big 2, Satin Slither. Coming in now, we should have Class 7. Class 7 is the yearling does 12 to under 16 months. Classes 8 and 9, please be at ringside. Class 7 is currently headed in the ring. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entry number 68, Scotty Hendricks. Your class is currently in the ring. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entry number 68, Scotty Hendricks. Your class is in the ring. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entry number 71, Macy Elliott. Your class is getting ready. And entry number 72, 79. My apologies. Entry number 79, Bailey Burgum. Your class is getting ready to go in the ring. Again, entries 71 and 79, Macy Elliott and Bailey Burgum. Your class is getting ready to go in the ring. Please report to ringside immediately. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 7 is being placed. Class 8 is on deck. Class 9, please be making your way to ringside. Again, Class 7 is being placed. Class 8 is on deck. Class 9, please be headed to ringside.
Well, it's look versus power up top, and ultimately it comes down to margin of difference. And ultimately, I called this one up front. That one is plenty powerful. If you put her out in a general population, you're going to call that one wide. You're going to call that one stout and powerful. The reason that she wins in this here pair, I think she's better up front. She's longer neck, she's smoother shoulder. I think she's more elite right there just in terms of her look and the way her neck ties out of her shoulder. At the same time, that one's big back, that one's thick-ended. Is she quite as just stout at the ground as the one coming out here in second? No, but I wouldn't call that one frail. I think that's the call you got to make for me. She's stout enough, she's powerful enough. It's her extra look up front and her silhouette from the side that gets her the nod here in this pair. One coming out here in two. We talk about that one being an upgrade just in terms of bone work. I'll give that one the nod there. Big-footed, big forearm. This one packs so much just power down her top and out of her pin set for me. We just got to fix her up front ever so slightly. I wish she was longer necked or smoother in the way she tied it in, and that would certainly help her flip-flop this top pair. She just gets a shot shorter, a shot thicker about her neck and the way it ties into her scapula up front from her shoulder back. That one's unmatched just in terms of power, in terms of stoutness and density. Wish she was a shot more ladylike in terms of her look up front. One coming out here in three again. Talk about one that's wide and powerful. I think that one fits the mold. She's really genuine there at the base of her rib cage. Again, I think that one could be more extended out front, could be longer from hooks to pins out back to help her just fit together with a shot more ideal image there from the side. But no question about it. You get right on top of them or from in front or behind, that one's packed full of power, and you certainly got to appreciate that. I like the parts and the pieces of the dough coming out next. The stout skull and a really, really big forearm and front foot. I like the front two-thirds of this goat a good deal. She's strong down her top line. She's expansive in terms of her rib design. I got to change her out of her hip and her hind leg. I like the levelness to it. For me, it's got to be longer and allow her to get out and move with more reach and range of motion there out of her rear too. One coming out here next from the side. She's silhouette's really, really good. Late mature and tall fronted one that's got that extension and got that elevation about her. For me, we get her hands on that one of the set. I think she could be just a shot more wide apart and a shot more powerful up top compared to ones on either side of her out here. One we're going to round out with big, high-performing kind for me. It just comes in more parts and pieces. I wish we could fix her in terms of her breastbone up front, drop her in her flank out back. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 7. First goes entry number 66, Trevor and Manny Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma with AWS1 MADI-TRV, Paint Me Wild. Second goes entry number 65, Colton Danke of Idaville, Indiana with D2 Boars Snicker. Third goes to entry number 62, Riley White. Fourth goes to entry number 64, Allison LaConte. Fifth goes to entry number 63, Riley White. Sixth goes to entry number 67, Dalton Lawyer. Headed in the ring now is Class 8% yearling does, 16 to 20 months. Class 9, please be headed to ringside. Class 9, yearling does, 20 to 24 months. Please be headed to ringside.
Well, another really fun pair here to sort on the top end of this deal. And I think they're both good, and maybe just for different reasons. The paint doe that's going to win today. You talk about functional and fault-free. I think she's a shot more bulletproof. Shot bustier right there behind her shoulder. That one's bigger and bolder right there and works more shape down her top and out of her pin set. I think that one's long and level. That one's really, really good. You got to really study that one. You know, her color kind of throws her off ever so slightly. I tell you, that one's got a lot of stifle shape. That one's got a really long, level hip on her. And versus the one coming out here in 2, again, not only does she track around the ring a shot wider from behind, I think she just shot bigger and bolder there about her forerib up front. Really, really nice one to go ahead and start. One coming out here in 2. I love the front end of this one. Talk about one that's up and out. That one is elevated. That one is feminine. That one is extended there at the ground. She's wide and she's square. I like that about her, and I think that's what makes it close. I love the front third of that doe so much. For me, when we get her in motion out back, I wish she was just a shot truer there from hooks to pins and at the ground. Just make her a shot wider. Love her silhouette. Love her look up front. I think that's what makes it close there on the top end. One coming out here in 3 again. We studied just balance. I think this one's wide open. She's big top. She's thick-ended, and she's balanced. She could be a shot more elevated up front, a shot longer there out of her hip, and I think that's what gets her beat today. But talk about one that's got the right kind of mid-rib, got the right kind of sweep there to her lower flank. That one's got maternal quality written all over. Paint doe coming out here next. Tall-fronted, long-sided one again. For me, that one just not quite as full right there in terms of her lower stifle. Make her wider and broader there, top side of her pin set. Really fresh-haired one coming out here next. We get our hands on that one. Maybe not quite the same amount of true density and body and power as we see up front, but you like that one's length. You like that one's levelness. A good deal. A young lady does a great job showing the spot back doe that's going to round us out. One that's got adequate bone, one that's really long-sided, and I appreciate just the functionality of this doe. For me, she's not quite as busted open, not quite as powerful as the one on the top end of this set. But young lady, you do an outstanding job showing it. You certainly could be commended on that. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 8. First goes entry number 73, Grace Ellis of Trafalgar, Indiana, with EFG, RB, MG, Share the Sugar. Second goes entry number 79, Bailey Burgum from Terre Haute, Indiana, with BAB4, Check This. Third goes to entry number 70, Alexis Wills. Fourth goes to entry number 72, Christian Stockberger. Fifth goes to entry number 76, Macy Elliott. At sixth goes to entry number 69, Anna Wester. Now headed in the ring is Class 9 Yearling Does 20 to 24 months. At ringside, we should have our first and seconds from Class 7 and 8. We will be rolling into our Yearling Champion and Reserve Champion Doe division immediately following this class. From Class 7, I need first entry 66 for Trevor and Maddie Clems, and second entry 65 for Colton Danke. From Class 8, I need first entry 73 for Grace Ellis, and second entry 79 for Bailey Burgum, as well as the first and second from Class 9.
Well, another awesome class. I think one that kind of has some answers to it pretty quick for me. The doe that wins, I think, combines the rib shape and the power of the 1 and 2 with the look of the extension of the 1 and 3 and does it in the most fault-free package for me. I love this doe up front in terms of her head, neck, and horn set. That's how I want to make them right there. In terms of painting the right picture from the side, I think she does that. We get her hands on that one. She's big, she's broad, she's massive, she's powerful. That one can certainly stand some competition out here in the drive. It'll be fun to see how she compares. One coming out here in 2 is a little bit different just in terms of type and kind. This one's my kind in terms of width, in terms of density. I love her rib shape. I love her power out back. I love her balance there. For me, if we got to fix her, we got to make her a shot longer up front, a shot longer out back. But that one still balances and fits together very, very good. That's why I got her over the one coming out here in 3. One coming out here in 3 from the side in terms of maternal quality, that one catches my eye pretty quick. Long neck, smooth-shouldered one. That's as long as a night in county jail, as some would say. You love that one down her spine. To be that long-sided, she's still really level down her top and strong right there, and so she certainly needs to be commended to that. We get right behind her. She's not quite as amped up just in terms of her power and rib shape. Need to make her a shot just fuller and deeper about that lower twist and stifle there from behind. One coming out in 4, big, high-performing, just in terms of totals. This one have as much body and mass as anything in the class, and that's why I kept her up here. We start studying her just in terms of femininity, in terms of build quality, maybe just more modest there. We need to make her a shot smoother in the way she just ties everything together. Get the shot coarser for me. The red doe coming out here next, more moderate just in terms of type and kind. I love the head on this doe. I love her just genuine shape she's got for me. Think she comes in more parts and pieces. Like to make her just a little bit bigger outline today. As we work on down, we've got 4 of them. That, again, I think a really neat looking one here needs more power, needs more width. A really big bodied one here, not quite as fresh up front in terms of her chest. We need to fix the top line on the doe coming out next. Doe going to round us out again. Really functional, maybe not quite the extension, not quite the pry and power of some up there in the top end of the class. Again, let's put our hands together. These exhibitors are working hard. They're doing an outstanding job.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 9. First goes entry number 84, Olivia Rosemeyer from Brookville, Indiana, with 5 RF squared up. Second goes entry number 87, Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana, with RBMG Champagne Vibes. Third goes entry number 89, Justin Whitehurst. Fourth goes entry number 86, Alex LeConte. Fifth goes entry number 83, Timothy Arlen and Becky H. Sixth goes entry number 80, Lillian Heisel. Seventh goes entry number 81, Jaylee Miller. Eighth goes entry number 85, Jaylee Miller. Ninth goes entry number 82, Gretchen Keene. Now coming in the ring, we'll have our yearling champion and reserve champion percent doe drive, consisting of classes 7, 8, and 9. From class 7, we have first place, entry number 66, Trevor and Maddie Clems. And second place, entry number 65, Colton Danke. From class 8, we got first place, entry number 73, Grace Ellis. And second place, entry number 79, Bailey Burgum. And from class 9, we have first place, entry number 84, Olivia Rosemeyer. And second place, entry number 87, Isaac Cruz Redden. On deck, we need class 12 and class 13, our 2-year-old and age does.
Well, another great divisional lineup that we've got out here. And I think on this front line, we've made them fault-free and functional. And now we want the ones that have that extra look, have that extra power, have that standout piece that can still balance and be so fluid there in motion. I think we certainly see that out here. I'll talk them to you briefly here on the front line because I don't think they're all identical. They're just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. From the profile shot in terms of front third and the way their breastbone and chest sit in them, the one out of our first class, man, this one hits you really, really hard. And you talk about one that's super good in terms of her lines, awesome in her build. Is she the densest one in terms of her center body cavity here today? I don't think so, but at the same time, in terms of natural feel and fat, I think she's also the skinniest one out here. And so it's, for me, a margin of difference. I like that one in terms of look, a good deal. One coming out of our second class in terms of true body density, big-bodied, big bone, thick-ended. This one's got as much dimension as anything out here. We start studying that one at the base of her shoulder. Is she a shot bigger there than maybe the ones on either side of her? Maybe so, but I think that comes with a cost. She's got a shot more power. She's got a shot more shape and density, and so I think it's really into consideration where you want to put your priorities for me. One out of our last class, talk about one that's really neat. Again, in terms of her silhouette, combines it with a lot of power, a lot of density there off of both ends. If we got to fix her just to be perfect out here on the front line, I'd like to just tuck her up in her chest and breastbone ever so slightly, but I think it still sits up in her, and I think her bottom line still balances right. So it's kind of what I'm seeing out here. I think we got a kind of a combination doe that you like to change her chest for a little bit. You got a power doe, man. You got a really, really neat looking one there from the side that handles right and really, really good in terms of her build. And so for me, it's where you want to lay your priorities. We got to make them functional and fault-free first, but then for me, it's the ones that hit me the hardest there in terms of their look, in terms of their build, still having the right kind of power, if you will. Let's put our hands together. I'll go show you the two I like the very best.
Congratulations to your yearling, percent champion, and reserve champion does. Your champion goes to entry number 66, Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with AWS1 MADI TRV Paint Me Wild. Your reserve goes to entry number 84, Olivia Rosemeyer from Brookville, Indiana, with 5 RF squared up. Now coming in the ring, we should have Class 12, 2-year-old does, 24 to under 36 months. Class 13, age does 36 months and over. Please be making your way to ringside. I'll also take a moment to say, if you are a division champion or reserve champion today, please make sure to go to the backdrop to get your picture taken. Again, if you are a champion, a division champion or reserve champion, please make sure to go to the backdrop for your picture.
Really nice class here, and I think this top pair, just in terms of freshness and in terms of look from the side, they hit me harder, and they are just a shot slimmer, a shot skinnier in terms of their overall condition today. I really appreciate finding ones that have been out and can come back and fit together this good. They're both really eccentric in terms of their look. They're awesome in terms of their build. The one that wins, I think, is just a shot denser middled. She's a shot longer there from hooks to pins up high. She's a shot stouter there in terms of her just bone work and foot size down low. Again, both these does silhouette with the right kind of look and freshness about them for me. I think the spot back doe is a shot denser centered, longer hipped, and stouter there at the surface. Black-headed doe coming out next. Again, talk about front-end quality. I love just the femininity and the freshness of this doe. That's why she beats the one coming out here in 3. Love her look, love her lines, love her levelness. Again, just like to make her a shot stouter at the ground. I think these top 2 really profile really, really good for me. One coming out here in 3 is a shot bigger in terms of her bone work. I appreciate the density of this one. She's good in terms of her balance for me. I think she gets a shot plainer right there in terms of her look up front at the base of her chest. I'd like to freshen her up ever so slightly. One coming out next is just a shot more elevated at the top side of her shoulder. I like that one in terms of her extension for me. She's just a shot sloppier today in the way she blends it all together. I wish she was smoother there down her top line, better in the way she utilized her hind leg in motion. One going to round us out today, big in terms of her bone work for me. I think she just got a shot too much white tissue on her today. I like to slim her down and have some more true, genuine shape there about her midrib, make her just a shot wider back to her pin set again. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate all these exhibitors on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 12. First goes to entry number 93, Riley White of Monticello, Indiana, with CNWT Newton Boers Whiskey Sour. Second goes entry number 96, Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with JLB1 Crossbows Blackjack Shellac. Third goes entry number 92, Stephanie Benningfield. Fourth goes entry number 95, Christian Stockberger. And fifth goes entry number 94, Adeline Hefner. Now coming in the ring, we'll have Class 13. Percent age does 36 months and over. At ringside, we need our first and second place from Class 12, as well as our subsequent first and second place from Class 13 for our senior champion percent doe drive. At ringside, we will also need our champion and reserve champions from our junior division and our yearling division. At ringside, we will need entry 45 for Piper Unger, entry 56 for Phil Grover, entry 66 for Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 84 for Olivia Rosemeyer. Again, we need all those goats at ringside for our champion drive coming up shortly.
Way cool top pair here in this next class, and I think the spot back doe that wins, this one gets you really fired up in terms of that one's look, that one's levelness, and that one's build, but that's still not the reason she wins versus the one coming out here in second. I think that's the one that's stouter about her skull, forearm, and front foot. I think she matches it with just a shot more density there about her midrib and out back. I think that one just a shot thicker and fuller there to that lower stifle. Love that one's look, love that one's agility. We'll see her back out here in the drive here in a second. I think a really, really good piece of livestock to win this class. One coming out in second, man, one that's beautiful in terms of the picture that she represents from the side. I love that one's lines. I love that one's levelness. Again, we get our hands on that one, maybe not quite as busted open there about her midrib and pin set, but from the side, that one collects herself like a lady should. I like that one a good deal just in terms of maternal quality. One coming out here in three, again, talk about functional. I think that one fits that mold. Is she quite as eccentric maybe in terms of her look as the one that comes out in second? Maybe not. I got to freshen her up there at the base of her chest, prior partner pin set to match our winner out here. I think that one's very functional and kind of more fault-free than the one coming out right behind her. One coming out right behind her, again, big in terms of her chest width up front. I wish she blended her scapula onto her body just a shot smoother. I wish we could make her a shot longer there out of her hip and pin set, but no question about it. She's wide, she's dense, she's burly, and you really got to appreciate those things. Wide-eared doe going to round us out. Again, very functional in terms of her type and her kind. I like finding a good wide-eared one that looks like she can last a long time. I think that's what that one represents for me. Maybe not quite as eccentric just in terms of her look, lines, and levelness maybe as some out here, but certainly need to commend the long-lasting kind on that one. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 13. First goes to entry number 97, Trevor and Manny Clems, Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADI TRV numbers game. Second goes entry number 100, Adeline Horn from Falmouth, Indiana, with ADDIE black drop. Third goes entry number 101, Macy Elliott. Fourth goes entry number 98, Gretchen Keene. Fifth goes entry number 102, Heather Davis. Now coming in the ring, we'll have our senior champion percent doe drive. From Class 12, I need entry number 93, Riley White, and entry number 96, Tegan Walker. And from Class 13, I need entry number 97 for Trevor and Manny Clems, and entry 100 for Adeline Horn. At ringside, we'll also need our champion and reserve champions from our junior and our yearling divisions. Again, I need entry 45 for Piper Unger, entry 56 for Phil Grover, entry 66 for Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 84 for Olivia Rosemeyer at ringside for our upcoming junior percent doe drive.
Well, an awesome senior lineup that we've got out here. Those that have been in production have made it back out. And again, I think they fit together really, really good here. These four are really functional just in terms of their type and their kind. I think the ones on this side come just a shot stouter, a shot more amped up in terms of their body shape here in their particular class. But again, I think all four of them really fit together very, very good. I think there's one out here that just kind of takes it to another level just in terms of density and stoutness, still being good just in terms of their build. But again, just having that extra just shot of power, shot of width, and shot of density. Young man out of the last class is holding your champion here in this division. We're bring that second over. And again, we talk about that one from the profile shot. Really looks like I like them too. We get that one in motion. You'd like to strengthen her on those rear pasterns, but at this stage and this age in the game, you get a little bit of that just coming with age and having all that frame size and having to hold it up. And so I certainly understand that. And I think it's very, very close between a pair of them. For me, I think there's one that's just a shot more fault-free. Young lady out of the first class, you're going to be reserved.
Thank you, Judge. Results from our champion and reserve champion senior percent doe drive. Your champion goes to entry number 97 for Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma with MADI-TRV numbers game. Your reserve goes to entry number 93, Riley White from Monticello, Indiana with CNWT Newton Boars Whiskey Sour. Coming in the ring now, we will have our champion and reserve champion percent doe drive. From our junior division, your champion was entry number 45, Piper. My apologies, folks. We will now start our grand drive. Your champion, entry number 45 from the junior division, Piper Unger from Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R Wildflowers and Wine. Reserve from that division was entry number 56, Phil Grover from Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with Big 2 Satin Slither. From your yearling division, your champion was entry number 66 for Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with AWSI MADI TRN Paint Me Wild. Your reserve from that division was entry number 84 for Olivia Rosemeyer from Brookville, Indiana, with 5 RF Squared Up. And finally, out of your senior division, your champion went to entry number 97 for Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADI-TRV numbers game. Reserve in that division went to entry number 93, Riley White from Monticello, Indiana, with CNWT Newton Boars Whiskey Sour.
Well, man, it's awfully exciting. These 6 individuals, these 6 animals that we've got out here, I think are just impeccable in terms of quality. You talk about a lot of hard work gone in from a lot of breeders to make this happen. My hat's off, my compliments to you exhibitors on making it fun for me to get to sit out here and get to sort through some really elite livestock. I'll tell you, I'm not going to talk them each and individually for you. These things are really, really good. They're generators, they're functional, they're good in terms of their build, and they have the basics. At the same time, I think these 6 have the extras just in terms of look, in terms of power. There's a pair of them out here that get me fired up. The difference between them, I think one's a shot fresher today, a shot more just eccentric, a shot more athletic in motion. Both of them are big time in terms of their look, big time in terms of their shape. They're both very, very unique creatures. Again, if you will, let's put our hands together. I'll go show you the 2 I like the very best.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 18, full-blood doe kids, 0 to 3 months. The percent show just wrapped up. We're going to take some quick pictures here, but the percent show just wrapped up. Please be making your way to ringside. Your champion, percent doe, goes to entry number 45 from the junior division. That goes to Piper Unger of Carlisle, Indiana, with K2R, Wildflowers and Wine. Your reserve, percent doe, who comes from the senior division, entry number 97 for Trevor and Maddie Clems of Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADITRV numbers game. Once again, attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Classes 18 and 19. Please be making your way to ringside. These are smaller classes. You need to be making your way to ringside. We'll finish up with some pictures here. We're going to roll right into our full-blood doe show. Again, classes 18 and 19. Please be making your way to ringside. Class 20, be thinking about making your way to ringside as well. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entry number 109, Wilson Kegley, and entry number 111, Noah Teal. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Again, entry 109, Wilson Kegley, and entry 111, Noah Teal. Your class, class 18, is getting ready to enter the ring. Please make your way to ringside. Class 19 and 20, please be making your way to ringside. Again, class 19 and class 20, please be making your way to ringside. We are about to begin our full-blood doe show. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 18 has just entered the ring. Again, Class 18 has just entered the ring. Class 19, please be at ringside. These are smaller classes. Class 18 has entered the ring. 19 be at ringside. Class 20 be making your way to ringside as well.
Well, great way to get things kicked off here in the Full Blood Doe Show. And a lot of times here in the 0 to 3, 3 to 6 class, it's hard to find a clear-cut answer. You can do some flip-flopping around, but no question about it. The one that wins in here hit me pretty hard in terms of density. It doesn't matter what kind of livestock we're making them. When they're built like that with that much true rib shape, they're going to be really, really fun to feed on and watch grow out. No question about it. This one right here is the answer in terms of width, power, density. I think that one's second to none out here. Again, I like that one's build. I like that one's look a good deal. It's her extra density, extra stoutness that gets the nod here. One coming out here in two big-time pieces. This one's very young and more immature, obviously, than the one that beats it here in class. You start studying that one. There's a lot just in terms of her midrib, in terms of how square she stays out back. I like that one's genuine shape. Maybe not quite out there in terms of totals today, but you talk about stoutness, width, and squareness. That one certainly hits me second best here in this deal. One coming out here in three. I love this one's look. Again, she's as immature as anything. We talk maturity pattern certainly plays a role in these early classes. That one's really elevated, really extended. It's just going to take her longer to fill in that frame. I like her a good deal. Need more width, need more power today. Same could be said for the black goat coming out next. Really tall-fronted one, long-sided. I love this one's hip and hind leg. I wish she was just a shot stouter at the ground in terms of bone work and density to help move her up here today. One going to round us out again. I think this one's really genuine in terms of her mid-body, and I like the way she balances for me. She's a shot shorter up front, a shot shorter and steeper there out of her hip. Just like to lengthen her out and level her out back. Let's put our hands together. Really great way to start our Full Blood show off with.
Thank you, Judge. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entry 128, Kendry Vargas. Please make your way to ringside. Your class is entering the ring. Again, entry 128, Kendry Vargas. Please make your way to ringside. Results of Class 18, Full Blood Doe Kids. First goes entry 113, Tegan Walker from Michigantown, Indiana, with T-Walk Donna Fay. Second goes entry 110, Taylor Jones of Franklin Furnace, Ohio, with TJ 97-3 Hayes Madeline. Third goes entry number 108, Walker Short. Fourth goes entry number 109, Wilson Kegley. And fifth goes to entry number 112, Whitney Pugh. Now entering the ring, we'll have Class 19, Full Blood Doe Kids 3 to under 6 months. Class 20, please be making your way to ringside. This is a big class, and we need to get those goats lined up. Again, Class 20, please be making your way to ringside. Class 19 is entering the ring. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Once again, Class 19 is in the ring. Class 20, please be making your way to ringside as soon as possible so they can get those goats lined up. Again, Class 19 is in the ring. Class 20, please be making your way to ringside so they can get those goats lined up. Once again, attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 19 is being placed. If you are in Class 20 and are not already at ringside, please be making your way there as this is a larger class and it'll take time to get lined up. Again, Class 19 is in the ring and is being placed. Class 20, please be at ringside.
Well, and another just really, really good class, top to bottom in this set. I think functional goats, and as we work up, I think there's parts and there's pieces of these things that I like a ton. And the one that wins, I think, is so much just bulletproof and puts so much good together and a more powerful package than the one right behind it. In terms of look, that one is so, so good in terms of the way that she wedges. Talk about tall fronted, tucked up in her chest floor, soft and deep about her flank. That one's got a grooved up top that handles absolutely brick hard all the way down it. And she's so true there, backside of her shoulder all the way back to her pin set. She progressively gets wider. She starts wide. She ends enormous. I love that doe a good deal. To be specific versus the one coming out here in 2, I think she's got a shot more bulk about her forerib. I think she's a shot wider there back to her pin set. One coming out here in 2 from the side. I love the picture this one represents, and that's why she beats the one coming out here in 3. She's super elevated, super eccentric in terms of her front third. I love the way she blends her bottom line and balances up. We get her hands on that one again. Just make her a shot more broad right behind her shoulder. Work a shot more dimension, a shot more power from there back. That's not a light muscle doe by any means. Just compared to the one that beats her, not quite as much. And then the one coming out in 3rd, again, you talk about one that's big back, thick-ended, extremely, extremely powerful. I really like that one when we get her hands on her. In motion, that's where she's 3rd for me. She kind of wants to drop down in her front end, get a little easier right there behind her shoulder. I wish she could get out a shot more athletic because that's the kind of rib shape, that's the kind of density I like to find. Just got to make her a shot smoother in the way that she gets around in terms of her basic build and her angles. One coming out here next. Again, talk about one that's wide, big-chested, and thick-ended. I think she represents that. For me, again, we start studying her. I think that one could be longer right there, and the way she hooks up and hinges out of her hip and her hind leg just make that a shot more ideal for me. This one's just more moderate in terms of her type and her kind. I think that's okay, and that's why I left her up here. Just need to make her a shot longer there off of both ends. Doe coming in next. When you get your hands on this one, you can really just appreciate the genuine rib shape, the expression that she's got about her. This one's still pretty immature. I'll tell you, as this one gets out and feels, that one's going to be really, really good. I like that one's look. I like that one's lines for me. Maybe not quite as filled in right there in terms of her forerib, not quite as deep and full about that lower flank and stifle today. As we work on down 5, 6, 7 goats that are really, really good. Maybe not quite as neat right there in the way they blended it all together. Maybe not quite as stout and powerful back to their rear leg. And as we work on down again, I think we should just bust them open and make them a shot more powerful, a shot denser there about their mid-body and out back. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate this class on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Attention in the barns. A doe was found running loose with a Pleasant View tag and can be procured over at row D. Results of Class 19. First goes entry 115, Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio with SLBNK Yoakum's Pink Whitney. Second goes entry 125, Amy Sharmer from Delphi, Indiana with C1C Wicked's Legacy. Third goes entry number 128, Kendry Vargas. Fourth goes entry number 123, Tegan Walker. Fifth goes to entry number 129, Cade Sanders. Sixth goes to entry number 130, Rick and Misty Allen. Seventh goes to entry 117, Denise Eledge. Eighth goes to entry number 126, Francesca Ciano. Ninth goes to entry number 122, Tanya Ryan. 10th goes to entry number 132, Scotty Hendricks. And 11th goes to entry 127, Emmett Kowalski. Now coming up, we have Class 20, full-blood doe kids 6 to under 9 months. This is a larger class, but Class 21, please be making your way to ringside. Again, in the ring currently, Class 20, full-blood doe kids 6 to under 9 months. Class 21, please be making your way to ringside. Well, we've got a short break in the action here. I'd like to take a moment to reintroduce our judge if you're just joining us for the Full Blood Show today. Our judge today is Clint Demmett from Bridgeport, Texas, where his family owns and operates Demmett Livestock. He's a graduate of Texas Tech University with a degree in animal science. While there, he was a member of the livestock judging team and meat animal evaluation teams. He's had the opportunity to judge several local as well as various regional shows, state fairs, and junior nationals all across the United States. He's extremely grateful for the opportunity to come and sort today at the North American International Livestock Exposition, and we are very thankful to have him. Please give him a big round of applause, Mr. Clint Demmett. We'd also like to take this time to inform you of some new features of the 2025 North American International Livestock Exposition. Take a break from the barn and head over to the Junior Junction located in East Hall A during the 2025 North American. This fun hangout spot is just for our junior livestock exhibitors, complete with basketball, wiffle ball, cornhole, giant Jenga, and even a scooter track. Need a quiet place to catch up on schoolwork? We've got you covered with tables, chairs, and Wi-Fi so you could study or do homework between shows. Whether you're here to play or just relax, the Junior Junction is the perfect place to unwind and connect with friends. And again, that can be found in East Hall A during the entirety of the 2025 North American. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 20 is in the ring. Again, Class 20 is in the ring. Class 21, full blood doe kids, 9 to under 12 months. Please be making your way to ringside. Again, Class 20 is in the ring. Class 21, please make your way to ringside. This is a large class. It will need time to get lined up. Class 21, make your way to ringside.
We've got our top end kind of pulled out here. I think a really big class with a lot of depth and a lot of quality. There's still some generators here along the rail that I think you can go back, put in production, and certainly make some really, really good ones. So these are the ones we're going to keep back today. No offense to these ones on the rail. They're really, really good goats. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 21 or 20 is currently in the ring and is about to start being placed. Class 21, please be at ringside getting lined up. Again, Class 20 is currently in the ring and is working on being placed. Class 21, please be at ringside getting lined up. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The top 10 are being selected for Class 20 currently. This is the final call for Class 21. Again, the top 10 are being selected in Class 20. This is the final call for Class 21. Please be lined up at ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The following individuals need to report ringside for Class 21. Entry 218 for Trevor and Maddie Clems. Entry 230 for Mackenzie Kraft. And entry 232 for Walker Short. Again, entries 218, 230, and 232 need to report ringside for Class 21. The top selection is being made in Class 20, and we'll be wrapping up here shortly, and your class headed in the ring.
Well, another incredible lineup, and top to bottom in here. They told me keep about 10. I think we kept 18 or 20 out here. The depth and the quality is super, super good all the way down here. And there were some that left that we talk about being generators. I think they can certainly do it. And these up here on the top end, I think, are very unique. And, you know, maybe for different reasons. But the one I land on, I think this one's the most fault-free. This one was the most consistent versus the one right behind it. I'll be honest, a shot more moderate off the ground, but I think that one's chest floor still sits up in her right. She's dropped down in her flank. Her bottom line's in her versus the one coming out here in two. She's more busted open through her center rib. I think she's more expansive there. You talk about one that handles fresh. That one's got an absolute rack in her, big back, big pin set. That one can motor all day long. Parked from the side without getting our hands on them. The one coming out in second's my absolute favorite. Love that one up front. Talk about a feminine wedge to her. She is tall fronted, absolutely zero chest in her, and then so smooth in the way she ties into her shoulder, her hip, and her hind leg are immaculate. We get them in, we get our hands on them. I didn't know she quite matched my winner just in terms of bulk and mid-body, just a dimension that she's got to her today. This one is more immature. I think the ones in 2 and 3 are the more immature one here on the top end, but I do think that one's got the right kind of look, the right kind of build, not quite as packed up just in terms of power up top is the one that wins this deal. The ones in 3 and 4 in motion, that's what got these two beat. Parked up, I like the traditional goat just a shot better. She's more elevated at the top side of her shoulder. She's longer down her back. I think they're both big-ended for me. When we get them in motion, I got to change that one. Just make her a shot more coordinated. She's got more reach and range of motion. That's why I've got her over the 1 and 4. Stout skull, wide, big forearmed one coming here in 4. Love the front third of this, though. One that certainly demands some attention up top. And you like that one just in terms of power? For me, it's out of her hip and her hind leg. I just wish she was a shot more consistent there in terms of her reach and coordination that she's got. But parked up, that one's a powerful piece of livestock, no doubt about it. Like to make her just a shot longer out of her hip, and I think she'd utilize it just a shot better. One coming out next. Talk about a powerful piece of livestock, man. That one is super opened up, big time down top, and you love the dimension that one's got out back. For me, I wish her shoulder set in her just a shot better. She gets a shot rounder, a shot coarser. That's being really picky on one that's really, really good here. Thought the top 5 was immaculate there in terms of quality. One coming out next again. I think she's really smooth just in terms of her silhouette from the side. She's softer and deeper about her flank and stifle is the one coming out next. Why she get beat? She's not quite as opened up in terms of her chest, not quite the same amount of rib shape there as the ones on the top end, but I like that one from the side in terms of being smooth in terms of her silhouette. Very high presented animal, no doubt about it. The red one coming out next, love her head, neck, and horn set. Again, I think we got to drop this one in her flank, power her up in her lower stifle compared to some up on the top end. Really high-performing, dense type of doe coming out next. I think she gets a shot plainer right there in terms of femininity about her skull and front shoulder. We got them on motion, and that's where I got to change the one coming out next. Her rear wheels for me, she doesn't get out with enough ease and comfort for me. She's a shot shorter off of both ends. I like to extend her out, make her just smoother in the way she transitions around the ring. Another really complete one coming out next again. Maybe not quite the same amount of bone density or true rib shape maybe as some others up in here, but a really fresh-haired one that's very high-presented. Big-bodied one coming out next, a little bit lower fronted for me. Needs to be a shot taller at the point of her shoulder, make her hook up and hinge just a shot better right behind it. Again, a powerful set of them, top to bottom. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Last call, entry 237, Kellen Knott. Again, last call, entry 237, Kellen Knott. Your class, Class 21, is getting ready to enter the ring. Results from Class 20. First goes to entry 133 for Rick and Misty Allen of Fairmont, Illinois, with RMA 2 eye appeal. Second goes to entry 160, Trevor and Maddie Clems of Henrietta, Oklahoma. No, I apologize. Second goes to entry 158, Aaron Yoakum of West Union, Ohio, with 2 CCB JLT1 Dilemma. Third goes to entry number 196, Trevor and Maddie Clems. Fourth goes to entry number 183, Rick and Misty Allen. Fifth goes to entry 176, Kane Newring. Sixth goes to entry number 164, Drew Pontius. Seventh goes to entry 160, Trevor and Maddie Clems. Eighth goes to entry 188, Tegan Walker. Ninth goes to entry 157, Noah Teal. And 10th goes to entry 165, Drew Pontius. Now entering the ring, we have Class 21, full-blood doe kids 9 to under 12 months. Immediately following this class, we will have our junior champion doe drive, meaning we need the first and second places from classes 18, 19, 20, and immediately following this class 21 at ringside. From class 18, I need entry 113 for Tegan Walker and entry 110 for Taylor Jones. From class 19, I need entry 115 for Aaron Yoakum and entry 125 for Avery Sharmer. And from class 20, I need entry 133 for Rick and Misty Allen and entry 158 for Aaron Yoakum. Again, I need those go to ringside. Immediately following this class, we will roll into our junior champion and reserve champion, Doe Drive. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 24, yearling full-blood does, 12 to 16 months. This is your first call. Again, class 24, yearling full-blood does. This is your first call. We would also like to take this time here to remind you if you have a desire to purchase some official North American International Livestock Exposition merchandise, you can find that at the North American Country Store. As well as you could find, go check out the Hitching Post, which is located in front of the West Hall with a daily schedule consisting of music videos, headliners, and opening acts. It's fun for the whole family. Again, that can be found out in the West Hall. All your official North American International Livestock Expo merchandise can be found at the North American Country Store.
Another outstanding class we've got here in the ring, and I think the ones that just in terms of look and power and balance just kind of fit together a shot smoother. I've got out here in the center these ones on the rail. I think there's some good parts and pieces about them, just some things we'd like to change on them. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate all these exhibitors as they go.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge has made his preliminary sift, and the goats are circling the ring once again. That means that we need the first and second places from classes 18, 19, and 20 to be at ringside for our junior champion drive immediately following this class. That means I need entry 113 from Tegan Walker, entry 110 from Taylor Jones, entry 115 from Aaron Yoakum, entry 125 from Amy Sharmer, entry 133 from Rick and Misty Allen, and entry 158 from Aaron Yoakum at ringside. Again, the judge has completed his preliminary sift, and we will be rolling into our junior drive very shortly following this class. Please have those first and seconds from classes 18, 19, and 20, as well as 21 at ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The top 5 are being selected in Class 21. That means that as soon as this class is placed, we will roll immediately into our drive. I need entries 110, 113, 115, 121, 133, and 158 at ringside immediately.
Well, another outstanding class, and I think our lineup's incredible that we've still got out here. And these top 3, man, they hit me really, really hard, and you start breaking them down still. I think there's a clear answer. The one up front, I think kind of the combination, though, in terms of power, the one in second, look, and I appeal the one in third, and does it so smooth just in the way she puts it all together. We talk about ones that look right all day. She's long neck, she's smooth shouldered, her chest floor sits up in her. This one has a enormous back and an enormous pin set. For all that power, I think that one gets around the moves with a lot of ease. Really, really nice one to go ahead and start. One coming out in second. Talk about chest width, mid-body bulk, power, and density. This one fits that mold to a very, very high regard. One that's good in terms of her feet and her legs. For me, if we got to change her, it's out of her hip. Just make her a shot longer there from hooks to pins, and that's the difference between 1 and 2. 2 incredible animals, 2 powerful animals. Thought one just had a shot more extension and helped blend her a shot smoother today. The one coming out here in 3, the most immature, maybe of the ones on any of the top 5, top 10 out here. This doe doesn't have that much fat on her. She's pretty genuine, and what you see is what you get. Man, there's a lot of stoutness. There's a lot of quality built into that one's scapula and the way that her shoulder ties out. That's a stout mug that sits high at the top side of it, and she's super smooth down her top. We get our hands on that one again. We talk maybe a shot more immature in terms of her power pieces today. Not quite as filled in her forerib, not quite as pried apart in her pin set. But you catch that one on the go or from the profile, man, that one hits you hard. I think she certainly needed to stay up here on the top end. One coming out in 4, maybe not one that just gets you with that kind of femininity and the levelness and lines from the side, but in terms of body bulk and power, that's the stout-chested. That's the biggest backed as anything out here. And still, for all that dimension, I think her angles still breed plenty good and plenty right. I like to make her a shot more elevated up front, a shot longer out back, and that's what gets her beat today. But in terms of real-world meat and real-world body, that one's got as much as any out here, and I really like to see that. One coming out next, really, really good in the way she fits together. She's a shot smaller in terms of her frame size. That doesn't bother me a whole lot. I just wish she was a shot longer there out of her hip, a shot fuller there to her lower stifle from the side. That one looks really, really nice. One that's high presented. Young lady does a great job getting that one shown. Got to have more of her today. The dapple necked one coming out next. Again, a very complete, kind of functional, fault-free one on the stand. We get her in motion. I think we got to change that one's rear wheels ever so slightly. Kind of wants to come in a shot more uncoordinated for me, but no question about it. Stout one that's good looking up front and powerful out back. One going to get round us out here, and I guess this one will be 6th. One that's really good, again, on the standstill. I got to make that one stouter in terms of her lower bone work. Need to make her wider as she goes from behind. She kind of wants to pull in her hock, kick out in her rear ankle. Need to make that one smoother, more coordinated. Pair of black ones coming out next are very, very powerful. Thought a shot more bone work here. They both need to be a shot smoother than the way they tie in their neck. I wish it was a shot longer, more elevated up front. Really cool sided one coming next again. Need to make that one a shot bulkier right there about her midrib and power out back. Same could be said for the next 2. Again, as we work on down functional type livestock that have the right kind of pieces, maybe not quite the same amount of balance or power maybe as the ones up front. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 21. First goes entry 222 for Bailey Brumfield of Bainridge, Ohio, with BMAC 1026. Second goes entry 224, Aaron Yoakum of West Union, Ohio, with SLBNK Yoakum's Bet You Would. Third goes to entry 202, Drew Pontius. Fourth goes to entry 247, Trevor and Maddie Clems. Fifth goes to entry 225, Harper Hess. Sixth goes to entry 221, Cade Sanders. Seventh goes to entry 203, Drew Pontius. Eighth goes to entry 227, Amber Schroeder. Ninth goes to entry 226, Amber Schroeder. And 10th goes to entry 214, Tyler Sparks. Now coming into the ring, we have our champion and reserve champion, Full Blood Doe Drive. From class 23, I apologize. From class 18, first, entry 113, Tegan Walker. Second, entry 110, Taylor Jones. From class 19, first, entry 115, Aaron Yoakum. Second, entry 125, Amy Sharmer. From class 20, first, entry 133, Rick and Misty Allen. And second, entry 158, Aaron Yoakum. And from class 21, first, entry 222 for Bailey Brumfield. And second, entry 224 for Aaron Yoakum. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 24. The division in front of your class is in the ring. Please be at ringside getting lined up. This is the first call for class 25. Again, class 24. The division in front of your class is in the ring. Please be lined up at ringside getting ready. This is the first call, class 25 and 26.
Well, again, I think this junior division has been really fun to get to sort through. We've had some big classes, we've had some small classes, but we've had a lot of quality in all of them, top to bottom. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate these 8 exhibitors on making it back out here. Again, we're trying to stay true and consistent to the kind I like. That's functional and fault-free first again, and then we're going to add all the extras. We're going to add the look, we're going to add the power, and we're going to make them as smooth there and as consistent in their angles as we can possibly do. I think these do that to a very, very high regard. There's one out here just in terms of width and density, just never misses a beat. Anytime you get your hands on it from up front, from behind, that one is just so good from every angle. For reserve, I think it's closer. There's one that's a shot more elevated and tucked up in terms of their front end design. I think has really freaky pieces. There's one with a shot more mid-body bulk, a shot bigger pin set out back, and I think that's what makes it close for reserve. But for grand, I think there's one that combines it all in a really, really smooth package out here, if you will. Let's put our hands together one more time. I'll go show you the 2 I like the best.
Thank you, Judge. Results of our junior division. Your champion comes from Class 21. That's entry 222 from Bailey Brumfield, Bainbridge, Ohio, with BMAC 1026. Your reserve champion comes from Class 19. That's entry 115 for Aaron Yoakum of West Union, Ohio, with SLBNK Yoakum's Pink Whitney. Coming up next, we have Class 24, our yearling full-blood does, 12 to 16 months. Once again, I would like to remind all division winners, please make your way to the backdrop for pictures following your division. Again, all division winners, grands and reserves, please make your way to the backdrop for pictures following your division. Attention in the barns. Class 24 is currently in the ring. Class 25 and 26, please be making your way to the make-ready area. Again, Class 24 is currently in the ring. Classes 25 and 26, please make your way to the make-ready area.
Another really good class, if you will. Let's put our hands together for these on the rail. We're going to sort through these in the center of the ring at this time.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge has made his initial sift of Class 24. Class 25, this is your second call. Again, the judge has made his initial sift of Class 24. Class 25, this is your second call to come to ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Release forms will only be signed at the conclusion of the show. Again, release forms will only be signed at the conclusion of the show. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 24 is currently being placed. Class 25, this is your final call to make it to the make-ready area. Again, Class 24 is being placed. Class 25, this is your final call. Class 26, this is your second call to get to the make-ready area. Again, Class 25 and 26, please get to the make-ready area.
Incredible lineup here, and I don't think you can go wrong with either one up top. You could flip-flop them and argue with me, and I certainly could hear that case because both these does are really, really good. There's just some differences. Ultimately, the red doe, I think this one hit me fresher in terms of her overall appearance. She's more elevated the top side of her shoulder. She's more tucked up there in her chest. I think she's got more tuck, turn, and tone right there. And when you get your hands on that one, she's massive down her top. She's massive out back. For me, I think she was neater right there at the base of her chest, and the way that it blends, that allows her to be softer there about that flank and the way that she wedges from behind. Both these things are good looking. Both these things are powerful and good built. It's the minor differences. It's really down to the details for me. I thought that one was just a shot more eccentric in terms of the tuck and turn she's got to her chest and her forerib up front. Really, really good one to win this deal. No slouch in second, man. This one is awesome up front. You talk about a stout skull. You talk about a big time amount of feature and a big time amount of body. That's why she beats the ones coming out here in 3 and 4. I think she's a shot more busted open about her mid-rib and her pin set. For me, we start comparing her back to the one that wins. Maybe she's got just a shot more right there in terms of her breastbone and her chest. We like to tuck her up ever so slightly, but I wouldn't call that one wasty by any means. That's still a good-looking, powerful type female sitting in second. One coming out here in 3. This is the latest maturing one of the top 5 out here. This one's really, really immature today, and that's why she beats the one coming out in 4. Both these does could be a shot more busted open in their forerib and a shot softer about their flank. For me, I think hers just more of an immaturity thing. She's the skinniest. She's the greenest. This one's got a big-time look. I love that one's look, love that one's extension, and that one's build. Doesn't pack on quite the same amount of power there as the initial duo. One coming out here in 4, man, high presented, fresh presented one, no doubt about it. From the profile shot, that's the kind I'm after in terms of elevation, extension, love her hip and hind leg on the standstill. Now we get her out in motion and we get her hands on her. She kind of wants to be a shot more uncoordinated in that rear step. She kind of wants to pull into the top side of her tailhead. If we could square that one up out of her hip, I love the front 2/3 of that one a good deal. Red doe coming out next, massive down her body, massive in terms of power and dimension for me. Of the initial 5, she's the roundest and coarsest about her shoulder. If we could fix her right there at the base of her shoulder and her neck, I love the back 2/3 of that one, a really, really good deal. Again, one we've got coming out next, long-sided one that gives up just a shot in terms of forerib. I like her in terms of her hip and her hind leg better than the 2 coming out next. A pair coming out next here, really wide, really opened up. I think the one that we got right here, the young man's doe, just has a shot more on her in terms of rib and body today. They both got to be a shot longer there from hooks to pins, and either one of them use their hind leg just ideal for me. But I think both of them plenty functional. That's why we pulled them. That's why we kept them out here. For me, it's just eccentric things. You got to make her a shot longer and leveler there from hooks to pins, and that'll allow her to get out with a shot more ease and range of motion. One's coming out next, again, traditional doe, a good-looking one for me, needs more pride, needs more power. That's why she got beat by those 2 dapples right ahead of her, no doubt about it. That one's good-looking and functional, need more pride, need more power. Same could be said for the one coming out next, one that's really good about her head, neck, and horn set. Love the femininity out front. I wish she matched it with a shot more power from there back. Black doe we've got coming out next. Told the young man, this one's as stout and as thick-ended as anything out here for me. She's a shot lower fronted. She's too short out of her hip and her hind leg. But no question about it. That one right there packs a big punch. Super stout at the ground. As we work on down 4 of them coming out next again, there's parts and pieces of these does I like a good deal. Could use some more feature on the paint doe coming out next. I wish this one was better in the way she hooks up behind her shoulder. A shot easier in her top line. One coming out next again. Gets a shot vertical in terms of her front knee for me. But there's a lot of neat pieces there. The one going to round us out here in this set. Really immature, neat looking one. Needs more rib and body. Again, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 24. First goes to entry 269, Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADI TRV, Pinup Girl. Second goes to entry 259, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB, Whiskey Lily. Third goes to entry 264, Elite Show Goats. Fourth goes to entry 274, Noah Teal. Fifth goes to entry 260, Rick and Misty Allen. Sixth goes to entry 262, Elite Show Goats. Seventh goes to entry 268, Tegan Walker. Eighth goes to entry 254, Tegan Walker. Ninth goes to entry 270, Amber Schroeder. And 10th goes to entry 258, Colby Wilson. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 25, Yearling full-blood does, 16 to 20 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 25 is entering the ring. Class 26, yearling does 20 to under 24 months. This is your second call. Please make it to ringside. Again, Class 25 is headed in the ring. Class 26, please get to ringside.
Well, again, you exhibitors brought a really good set out here, and we're going to dismiss these still on the rail. You know, there's some out here that are really powerful, could use a little bit more look, a little more extension. There's some that are really extended, could use a little bit more power. But these on the middle right here, I think are really good set. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate all these exhibitors on a job well done.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge has made his initial sift of Class 25. Class 26, Class 26, yearling full-blood does 20 to 24 months. You need to be making your way to ringside. This is your third call. Again, the judge has made his initial sift of Class 25, Class 26, yearling full-bloods, 20 to under 24 months. You need to be making your way to ringside. This is your third call. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The final placings are being made in Class 25, Class 26. Please be at ringside. This is your final call. Again, the final placings are being made in Class 25, Class 26. Please be making your way to the make-ready area. This is your final call.
Again, we line these things up, and I think an impeccable set here, top to bottom again. And there's some differences between them. Ultimately, I think the one that's the most bulletproof, the most fault-free, and still hits me to a T is kind of the red dapple doe we've got up front. You study that one, she's got a mean mug starting up front. That's a stout skull and a smooth shoulder. For all that power that she's got, that one really gives you a neat look there from the side. Versus the one coming out here in second, she's better right behind her shoulder. I think she's more elevated up front. Can really wedge right there from front to back, just in terms of being progressive. That one starts wide, gets wider as it goes back. I think she's better in the way she hooks up right behind her shoulder, and that's what separates 1 and 2 here today. Well, doe coming out here in second, this one's really long-sided, and if you want to give just the edge in terms of extension to her, well, I certainly wouldn't disagree with you. I love her head and her horn set, really smooth shoulder. The reason she beats the one right behind her, I think she's better in the angle and the lay to her shoulder and her front foot. The reason that she gets beat, she's not quite as filled in right there behind her shoulder today. This one's got some big-time pieces. I love her head, love her horn set, love her extension. Still, for one to be that wide, she can still get out and motor all day long. She's powerful, not quite as good right there. Right behind her shoulder is the one that wins this deal, but I think that one's certainly a really good one coming out in second. One coming out here in 3. Man, you could run this one up if you can change her front knee, and from there back, I love this doe. She's really good in terms of her look. She's honest right there in terms of her condition and handles hard and true on top side of her loin back to her loin edge and pin set. This one's fresh. This one's good looking for me. We get her out in motion. It's more of her offside front than it is the show side front. She kind of wants to labor on it ever so slightly. We get her parked up just a shot more vertical than I like to see her. That's being nitpicky on a really good top trio there. One coming out here in 4, wide made, dense, and really powerful from behind. For me, I got to change her at the base of her chest and her breastbone. I like to smooth her up, make her a shot more feminine up front. I love her from her shoulder back. She's powerful, she's thick. Got to make her more feminine, more elevated up front. This one right here coming out next looks like a big, bold brood doe. When you talk about dimension and power, that one's got it. We start studying her again. I think she loses some just at the base of her chest. Not quite as fresh, not quite as good in the way she's got the tuck and turn to her chest and her forerib. On the standstill, I love the doe coming out next. Talk about a neat neck, a big back, and a big pin set. She's got it. I wish her bone work matched. I wish she was stouter about her rear ankle. We asked her to get out and go, and she's got the right angles and set to it. I wish she got out with more reach and more function and flex there at the same time. We go down to some does here. This one's really good looking. I like to change her out of her rear third. I like to extend her from hooks to pins up high. I like to square up in terms of her hock as she leaves me. No doubt about it. Really cool about her neck and her horn set. Really wide top, big topped one right there. A red one coming out next, very dimensional, big fronted, big ended doe. For me, she's too short and squatty up front, needs to be longer there out of her hip. The dapple doe, same could be said. Big time in terms of her topside shape. For me, she's got to be longer there from hooks to pins. It'll allow her to get out with more reach, range, of motion there, and more ease as she gets around the ring. A completely different style coming out next, man. This one's maternal. I love her femininity up front. I love her bottom line and the way she balances. She just runs out of power there from behind compared to some others up here. A trio we're going to round out with. Got some width, got some density. We got to change them again in the rear third. Just their hip and their hind leg, the way they collect themselves in motion. Really good class here. Let's put our hands together again.
Well, thank you, Judge. Results of Class 25. First goes to entry 299, Trevor and Maddie Clems of Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADI TRV Safe Haven Casawera. Second goes to entry 75, Justin Whitehurst from Ottumwa, Iowa, with JMI JMW What You Catchin'. Third goes to entry 278, Piper Fisher. Fourth goes to entry 294, Walker Short. Fifth goes to entry 300, Trevor and Maddie Clems. Sixth goes to entry 283, Wilson Kegley. Seventh goes to entry 281, Brenton Brasford. Eighth goes to entry 288, Kellen Knott. Ninth goes to entry 293, Tegan Walker. 10th goes to entry 287, Casey Baugh. Now coming in the ring is Class 26. Class 26, yearling full-blood does 20 to under 24 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Immediately following this class, we will roll into our Yearling Division Champion Drive. That means I need the first and second place winners from classes 24, 25, and following this class, 26. From class 24, I need entry 269 for Trevor and Maddie Clems, entry 259 from Piper Fisher. From class 25, I need entry 299 from Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 75 from Justin Whitehurst. Again, I need those goats at ringside. Immediately following this class, we will pick our champion junior yearling doe. This is also your first call, class 29 and 30. 2-year-old does 24 to under 36 and 36 and over. This is your first call for both classes to ringside. Momentary break in the action here, and I'd like to remind you guys about some of our new features this year at the North American International Livestock Exposition. If you are in search of some official merchandise for this year's North American, please make sure to check out the North American Country Store, as well as the hitching post located in front of West Hall, with a daily schedule full of music videos, headliners, and opening acts, which is great fun for the entire family. New as well this year, take a break from the barn and head over to the Junior Junction in East Hall A during the 2025 North American International Livestock Expo. This fun hangout spot is just for our junior livestock exhibitors, complete with basketball, wiffle ball, cornhole, giant Jenga, and even a scooter track. Need a quiet place to catch up on schoolwork? We've got you covered with tables, chairs, and Wi-Fi so you can study or do homework between the shows. Whether you're here to play or just relax, the Junior Junction is the perfect place to unwind and connect with friends. And that can be found in East Hall A during the entirety of the North American International Livestock Exposition. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge is currently placing Class 26. That means we need the first and second place winners from classes 25 and 24. From class 24, I need entry number 269 from Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 259 from Piper Fisher. From class 25, I need entry 299 from Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 75 from Justin Whitehurst, as well as the first and second places out of class 26. Again, I need all those goats at ringside so we can roll into our yearling champion and reserve champion doe division immediately following this class. This will also be the second call for classes 29 and 30. Again, second call, classes 29 and 30. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The judge is making his final selections on Class 26. I need the class winners and second places from Classes 24 and 25 at ringside. That's entry 269, 259, 299, and 74. I apologize, 75. As well as the subsequent first and second places from Class 26. Again, I need those goats at ringside so we can roll into our yearling division drive immediately following this class. This will also be the third call for the Class 29 and Class 30.
Well, an incredible class, and I think there's some bad cats here on the top end of this deal. And to say that these things are powerful, but to put in matters into words, guys, these things are so powerful, it takes two hands to get across the top side of these ones, skeletons. And so when we talk width, we talk power, guys. The top side of this class has extra width, extra power. Ultimately, the one that I find the most unique, young man up front, I think this one's a shot sleeker about her neck and her front end. She's longer there from hooks to pins out back. And for me, that's the key difference between two really, really elite pieces of livestock. Both of them are thick-ended. Both of them are good built for me. The one up front's a little sleeker in terms of her neck, a little longer from hooks to pins. One coming out here in two. 2 and 3 are very similar. I think a bigger package coming out here in two. She's more elevated right there, top side of her shoulder. This one is Mongo back, monster-ended, guys. And when you get your hands on this one, man, just awfully impressive. Just the amount of true shape, true dimension, true turn she's got. I like that one a good deal. She's good built to make her perfect. I'd like to make her 2 inches longer there from hooks to pins, but that's being awfully critical of a really, really good one. One coming out here in 3 again. I think a smaller package, the one that comes out here in 2. Really opened up, huge top, huge ended. I love her head, neck, and horn set for me. I wish we could just extend her out of that back third. She's a shot shorter to the ground than the one that beats her. Still needs to be longer there from hooks to pins. One coming out here in 4. This is a big outline type, performance type female. Very dimensional just in terms of her type and her kind. She packs a big punch. Versus the one right behind her, I think she is more elevated to the top side of her chest. For me, I got to make her a shot fresher there. She goes into the base of her chest, just tuck her up ever so slightly. I love that one's power pieces. Looks like a generator for sure. One coming out next again. Talk about one that's blown apart through her midrib, big out back, stout about her skull. I like that about her. We kind of step off and you ask yourself, is she as elevated up front as you'd like her to see? And does her tail head just kind of sit a little bit higher than her shoulder? I like to change that about her ever so slightly. If we could do that, we could certainly move that one up in the lineup. Awesome presented one coming out here next. Young lady does a great job getting this one shown. From the profile shot, you like her a good deal. Really, really big in terms of her foot and bone work. Big forearm one that's long and level for me. We get her hands on that one, not quite as aggressive just in the turn and shape she's got to her forerib today. Maybe not quite as power-packed out back as the ones that lead us up. Another really fresh-haired one coming out next. She's got more conditioner on her than I'd like to ideally see today. We get her out in motion. I didn't know if she was quite as ideal as she hits and plants and pushes. I wish she was more coordinated in her step. I think if we trimmed her up, she'd allow her to get out and be a shot easier in motion. Same could be said for the one coming out next. Really tall fronted one that handles hard out back for me. We get them in motion. I got to make her square from a hawk to the ground as she leaves me. A really stout, thick-ended one coming next. She needs to be more feminine up front for me. Just make her sleeker about that neck, longer and taller than where it sits on her. I like her power. I like her pieces a good deal. Long-sided one coming out next again. Needs to hook up better behind her shoulder. Be a shot square to the top side of her tail head for me. Dapple doe again, a one that you got to like the parts and the pieces of this one for me. I got to change her rear third. Just make her longer out of her hips, stouter there in her rear ankle. As we work on down to some does that are really good just in terms of their parts and their pieces. Tall fronted, long sided one needs to be square there from behind. Opposite here, dapple and white doe coming out big footed, wide and powerful for me. Needs to be more feminine. Hook up and hinge just a shot better. Again, as we work on down, lots of quality. Let's put our hands together here.
Thank you, Judge. First goes to entry 316, Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio, with RMA2 DBLD Cheyenne. Second place goes to Trevor and Maddie Clems of Henrietta, Oklahoma, with entry 326, AWS1 Cookie Cluster. Third also goes to Trevor and Maddie Clems with entry 327. Fourth goes to entry 321 and Piper Fisher. Fifth goes to entry 313, Tyler Sparks. Sixth goes to entry 308, Adeline Horn. Seventh goes to entry 325, Corrine Lamb. Do you not have an eighth? Ninth goes to entry 309, Kellen Knott. And 10th goes to entry 320, Bailey Brumfield. No. Coming in now, we will have our yearling doe drive. From class 24, we have entry 269, Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 259, Piper Fisher. From Class 25, we have entry 299, Trevor and Maddie Clems, and entry 75, Justin Whitehurst. And from Class 26, we have entry 316, Aaron Yoakum, and entry 326, Trevor and Maddie Clems.
Well, an incredible lineup we've got out here in our yearling drive of our full blood doe show. And again, we talk about making them functional. All six of these are very, very functional. And then at the same time, we're going to make them with all the extras in terms of power, in terms of width. All three of these on the front line, they come with the extras for me. I think there's one that hits me with just a shot more look, a shot more extension there. And then for reserve, again, I think one that's just power packed. One that looks a lot like my champion, maybe not quite as long there, but no doubt, I think a pair of them that could certainly stand some competition, and it's going to be fun to see them back out here in the Grand Drive. Let's put our hands together for these two out of your last class. They're going to be your champion in reserve.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion, yearling full-blood female, goes to entry 316. Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio, with RMA 2, DBLD Cheyenne. Your reserve goes to entry number 326. Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with AWS1 Cookie Cluster. Coming in now, we'll have Class 29, 2-year-old does, 24 to under 36 months. Class 30, age does 36 months and over. This is your third call. Again, coming in, we have Class 29, Class 30. This is your third call.
Really nice trio here, and I think one that kind of falls in line for me, the young lady's doe up front. I think this one's really good looking. The reason she beats the one in second, I think there's more in terms of topside shape. This one's bigger and bolder down her top. She's wider in terms of her pin set. Overall, I think that one's a real high-performing type of dimensional doe that still captures a really good look there from the side. One coming out here in two versus three. I think she's a shot more elevated at the top side of her shoulder. She's more feminine there in the way her neck ties out. Love the head and the horn set on that doe. One that's really good in terms of her levelness down her top for me. Not quite as pried apart from behind maybe as the one that wins. We talk about just being deep and full about that lower twist and stifle. I think that's where she gets beat out here. But her look up front, her levelness down, her back's what excels her over the one coming out here in three. Doe out here in three is no slouch. This is a big-footed one that's got some turn to her mid-body and balances there from the side. For me, we compare her back to the top two. She's the shortest up front and needs to be more extended out back there from hooks to pins. I just make that one more elevated, more extended. But no doubt about it, three that can go out and be in production and come back and have done a great job being balanced and functional. Let's put our hands together for all three of them.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 29. First goes to entry 335, Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana, with RBMG, perfect timing. Second with entry 334, Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with MADI TRV, gambling annuity. Third goes to entry 331 for Lizzie Hefner. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 30, aged full-blood does, 36 months and over. Following this class, we will have our senior champion and reserve senior champion, Doe Drive. We'll need the first and seconds from Class 29, entry 335 and 334. Immediately following that, we will also have our champion female drive, so we will need our junior and yearling champions and reserve champions at side. From the junior division, we need entry 222, Bailey Brumfield, and entry 115, Aaron Yoakum. From the yearling division, we need entry 316, Aaron Yoakum, and entry 326, Trevor and Maddie Clems. Again, we need those goats at ringside because immediately following the senior division, at the conclusion of this class, we will roll into our champion overall drive. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Full-blood buck exhibitors, there will not be an extended break between shows. Again, there will not be an extended break between the doe and the buck shows, so please have those bucks ready. We'll make an initial call now for Class 35. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 30 is being placed. Again, Class 30 is being placed. That means we are getting ready to roll into our senior champion and reserve champion doe drives. Meaning I need entries 335 from Isaac Cruz Redden and 334 from Trevor and Maddie Clems on deck.
Well, another awesome class here at a senior division. No doubt about it. I think we got a clear-cut winner just in terms of rib and body. This one's massive down her top, massive ended at the same time. I think she couples it with a really, really good look in motion. That one is super strong pattern for one at this age that's been in production, can come back out here. That one handles herself very, very good. I thought she won this class with ease. I think it gets closer between 2 and 3 for a lot the same reasons, but the one in second I think comes just a shot more power, a shot stronger down her top line. Both these things are super elevated, super long-sided for me. Young man's doe coming out next. Just fills my hand with a shot more power, a shot more punch there behind his shoulder. Works back with more dimension there back to her pin set. Cape shoulder doe coming out third. Really long-sided one. I love this one just in terms of femininity, in terms of extension for being that long-sided. Sometimes they do what she does. She gets a shot weaker right there behind her top line. Need to make her stronger right there behind her shoulder. Help her out, just her balance ever so slightly. One coming out here next, I think is just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. This one's wide, this one's stout, this one's boxy. For me, she's got to be better out of her hip and her hind leg. Just make her a shot leveler there. She's got some length and some extension there. She's got to make her a shot leveler there, and the way she utilizes it, a shot better. Black doe coming out next, really feminine, long-sided doe for me. We get her hands on that one from right behind her. She's not quite as pried apart, not quite as powerful there, but I like that one's build. I like that one's look and maternal quality a good deal. That's why I kept her up here on the top end. As we round down 6 and 7, big-footed does that need to be a shot more feminine right there at the base of their chest and their front third. Make them a shot longer necked, if you will, coming out here in 7. Spot kind of sided doe coming out here next. Really functional. I like her just in terms of her feature, better than the ones behind her. For me, she needs to be fresher chested, needs to be a shot more pried apart there, top side of her pin set. We've got 4 functional does we're going to round out with. Maybe not quite the same amount of bone work, width, or balance maybe as some up in the top side of the class, but certainly some quality and some pieces you can put in production and make the next generation better. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate everybody on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 30. First goes entry 348 from Elite Showgoats in Minburn, Iowa, with TST1, Windy Acres Dance Hall Queen. Second goes entry 345 from Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with DPOM Rule Breaker. Third goes to entry 347 of Taylor Jones. Fourth goes to entry 339 of Jacob Wickard. Fifth goes to entry 342 of Elite Showgoats. Sixth goes to entry 340 of Tanya Ryan. Seventh goes to entry 338 of Lillian Heisel. Eighth goes to entry 337 of Whitney Pugh. Ninth goes to entry 343, Michaela Klopp. 10th goes to entry 341, Stephanie Benningfield. Coming in now, we will have our senior champion doe drive. From Class 29, we've got entry 335, Isaac Cruz Redden, and entry 334, Trevor and Maddie Clems. And from Class 30, we have entry 348 from Elite Showgoats and entry 345 from Tegan Walker.
Well, a senior division full of quality top to bottom in those classes. If you're ringside, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate these 4 exhibitors and animals on making it back out here. Again, we talk about ones that are functional first and built right, and these things are built to last out here. I think there's a pair of them that have the power, have the density, and I think they just stay a shot stronger right there in terms of top line, in terms of rear pastern and the way they hit the surface. Again, a really, really nice pair of them out of our last class. They're going to be your champion in your reserve.
Congratulations to your senior champion and reserve champion Full Blood Doe, both coming from Class 30. Your champion is entry 348 from Elite Showgoats of Minburn, Iowa. Your reserve is entry 345 from Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana. Now coming in the ring, we will prepare for our champion overall Doe Drive. Your champion junior Full Blood Doe was entry 222 from Bailey Rumfield of Bainbridge, Ohio with BMAC 1026. Reserve in that division went to Aaron Yoakum of West Union, Ohio with SL BNK Yoakum's Pink Whitney. Your champion yearling female also went to Aaron Yoakum with entry 316 from West Union, Ohio with RMA2 DBLD Cheyenne. Reserve in that division went to entry 326 of Trevor and Maddie Clems from Henrietta, Ohio with AWS1 Cookie Cluster. And finally, in your senior division, your champion senior Doe went to entry 348, Elite Showgoats of Minburn, Iowa, with TST1 Wendy Akers, Dance Hall Queen. Reserve in that division went to entry 345, Tegan Walker of Michigantown, Indiana, with DPON Rule Breaker.
Well, if you're ringside, you don't have a little goosebumps, you're probably in the wrong barn, because these six out here absolutely fire me up. Let's put our hands together. Let's make some noise. Let's congratulate them on a job well done. You know, it's a big decision and not something I take lightly. I'm after finding the ones I think are the most unique, the ones that I think will be the best just in terms of generating the next generation, making them better, making them the very best piece of livestock we can possibly do. I think that starts with making them functional, making them fault-free first. These out here come with the extras in terms of look, in terms of dimension, in terms of power. Man, they really suit me very, very good. There's some differences out here between them. I'll tell you, there's not a whole lot of different because these things are impeccable in terms of the design and the way they're built. They're very, very good. There's a lot of similarities just in terms of rib shape, in terms of density, in terms of the way they utilize their hip and their hind leg in motion. I like them a really, really good deal. For me, I think there's one out here for Grand, just bulletproof from every angle. Super fresh, super powerful, super neat looking. And then for reserve, I think it gets really, really close here between a pair of them. Again, I think they're both power packed. I think there's one that's a shot fresher right there in terms of her chest today. Again, let's put our hands together for all of our exhibitors. I'll go shake the hand of your Grand Reserve Full Blood Doe.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Full Blood Does at the 2025 North American International Livestock Exposition, both coming from the Yearling division. Your champion, entry 316 for Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio, with RMA2 DBLD Cheyenne. Your reserve, also coming from the Yearling division, goes to entry 326. Trevor and Matty Clems from Henrietta, Oklahoma, with AWS1 Cookie Cluster. Buck exhibitors, bear with us just one moment, and we'll start up here in a minute. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 36, Full Blood Buck Kids is headed into the ring. Again, Class 36, Full Blood Buck Kids is headed into the ring. That means classes 37 and 38 need to be in the make-ready area. Again, Class 36, Full Blood Buck Kids is headed into the ring. That means classes 37 and 38 need to be in the make-ready area. Class 37, this is your final call. Please get to ringside. Again, Class 37, this is your final call. Please get to ringside.
Well, a great way to get things kicked off in the Buck show. And I'm not one to talk a whole lot of look in Bucks, but man, this is what I like him to look like up front. You talk about a stout mug and a really, really just rugged look up front. He's got it. He's huge in terms of his forearm and his front foot. His hip and his hind leg are really, really good in motion. I like that Buck, and his piece is a really, really good deal out here. I think he wins for fun for me. It gets close between 2 and 3, two stout Bucks that are both very, very powerful for me. I think the one coming out in second's a shot more, just bigger right there about his forearm and his front foot. I think it lays the foundation for just a shot more shape there, the top side of his hip. One coming out here in 3, we talk about, again, a one that's power-packed in terms of his midrib and stays really square and true all the way back. We start comparing him back to the top 2. Maybe not quite the same amount of just look and freshness as my winner. Maybe can make him a shot bigger right there in terms of his forearm and his front foot compared back to the one in second. Two really nice ones there, a really close pair. One coming out here in 4 is just a shot more immature. I love this one's skull. I think he's really, really intimidating up front, just in being stout and rugged. For me, I wish his body just followed it. He's a shot more immature today. It's going to take more time and feed to fill that guy in, no doubt about it. He's got the right kind of build at the ground. He just needs a shot more shape and a shot more body and dimension today. The two we're going to round out with really functional just in terms of their angles at the ground. For me, not quite as amped up in terms of width and power as the initial trio here. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 36. First goes to entry 361, Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio, with SLBNK, Yoakum's Draft King. Second goes to entry 360, Dylan Madden from Freetown, Indiana, with MADD, Sophisticated Smoke. Third goes to entry 359, Dylan Madden. Fourth goes to entry 355, Anna Sprague. Fifth goes to entry 358, Emmett Kowalski. And sixth goes to entry 131, Bradley Shirley. Now headed into the ring is Class 37, full-blood buck kids 6 to under 9 months. That means Class 38, buck kids 9 to 12, you need to be ringside. Following the conclusion of Class 38, we will roll into our junior champion buck drive. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Entry 367, Trevor and Matty Clems, and entry 363, Trevor and Matty Clems, and entry 367, Brenton Brassford. Your class is in the ring. Again, entry 363 and 367, your class is in the ring. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 37 is currently in the ring. That means Class 38, full-blood buck kids 9 to under 12 months, needs to be getting lined up at ringside. If you're just tuning in for our Buck Show today, I'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Clint Demmett from Bridgeport, Texas. From Bridgeport, him and his family own and operate Demmett Livestock. He's a graduate of Texas Tech University with a degree in animal science. While there, he was a member of the livestock judging team and meat animal evaluation team. He's had the opportunity to judge several local shows as well as various regional shows, state fairs, and junior nationals all across the United States. He is extremely grateful for the opportunity to come sort today at the North American International Livestock Expo, and we're very excited to have him. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm round of applause for Mr. Clint Demmett. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 37 is being placed. Class 38, this is your final call to get to ringside. Again, Class 37 is being placed. Class 38, this is your final call to get to ringside and get lined up. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. The top 5 of Class 37 are being selected. Class 38, you should be at ringside waiting to go in the ring. This is your final call. Again, the top 5 are being selected in Class 37. Class 38, you should be at ringside.
Well, an awesome class here, and I think the class winner just does so much good in a really fault-free package. That thing is absolutely stout, mean-mugged, and just broad from every angle. Big-chested, bold-bodied, huge pin versus the one coming out here in second. I think he's bigger about his forearm and his front foot and just a shot more ideal in terms of the lay to his shoulder. That's a deep, twisted, powerful buck to go ahead and start. One coming out here in second. This one really gives you a good look from the side. Very well presented, fresh-haired buck, but when you get your hands on him, I think he matches it with a whole lot of shape and a whole lot of power. I like that one, a really good deal. To make him ideal, I'd like to stouten him up in his lower jaw. I like to stouten him up in his forearm and his front foot. No doubt about it. That one's got a lot of power from his knee up and his hock up. That one gives you a good look. Only versus the one that beats him today, not quite as out there in terms of his feature to his skull, forearm, and front foot here today. One coming out here in third is a shot more immature than the top two, and I get that. When you read him about his forearm, he's big in terms of his forearm. He's big in terms of his front foot. When you start getting right on top of him, I didn't know if he had quite the amount of punch and density down his top or out of his pin set today, but this one's got an incredible look, an incredible build. That one looks like he'll be fun to feed on there down the road. One coming out here in four, man, it pains me to put one this powerful in fourth place today. So wide-chested, so big-ended. For me, he's maybe just a shot full. I don't know if he's got a little bit of gas there on that left side, but it just makes him not as comfortable right there in terms of his top line. He wants to round out of his hip ever so slightly. I wish we could just make that one a shot easier in motion. I love his power, love his density. Need to make him get around the ring with a shot more ease. Long-sided buck coming in here next. Again, you love this one in terms of his chest width, big old forearm and front foot set in him. For me, we really start studying that one. He kind of wants to toe out a little bit up front, not quite as wide out back as he is up front. I'd like to pry him apart there in that pin set, offer a shot more true shape to the top side of his hip. Red buck coming out here next. I kept him up longer than maybe some of you at ringside think. When you get your hands on that one, yeah, he's not the biggest. I get that, but he's big and bold and massive down his top. I love just the genuine rib shape he's got to him. Still, he's rugged up front. I'd like to make him bigger, and that's what gets him beat today. Just a shot more moderate to the ground, not as much in terms of total body mass and dimension. Buck coming out here next. Again, a big-footed one that's long-sided, gives you a good look up front. For me, I got to square him up in his front knee, make him a shot fuller and deeper about that lower twist. I told the young man, the buck coming out next, he's got parts and pieces I love. Again, I think that's one that's more moderate in terms of his type and his kind. I got to extend him out of his hip and allow him to get out and go with a shot more just ease and flexibility and motion. As we work on down the line, I think we got a pair of long-sided bucks here. The one coming out next needs to be a shot bulkier right there about his midrib. I think he held his top line up better than the paint buck coming out next. Really long-sided, functional, flexible type buck here. Needs to be more amped up just in terms of power and shape. We've got 5 of them going to round us out again. Functional pieces of livestock, not quite the same amount of rib shape and density there as the top end. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate them all.
Results of Class 37. First goes entry number 380, Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana, with SBU GH Midas Touch. The second goes entry 376, Amy Sharmer from Delphi, Indiana, with BMAC Power Drive. Third goes entry 381 from Aaron Yoakum. Fourth goes entry 364, Kendry Vargas. Fifth goes entry 383, Kellen Knott. Sixth goes entry 369, Agelos Harlem-Papalos. Seventh goes entry 375, Drew Pontius. Eighth goes entry 373, Clayton Newton. Ninth goes entry 379, Walker Short. And 10th goes entry 366, Brenton Brassford. Now coming in the ring is Class 38, full-blood buck kids 9 to under 12 months. Immediately following this class, I need our class winners from classes 36, 37, and subsequently class 38 to be at ringside for our junior champion buck drive. From class 36, I need entry 361 from Aaron Yoakum and entry 360 from Dylan Madden. From class 37, I need entry 380 from Isaac Cruz Redden and entry 376 from Amy Sharmer. Again, I need those goats as ringside as well as the first and second out of this class for our junior champion drive. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 38 is currently in the ring. That means after this, we will roll into our junior champion drive. Meaning, classes 41 and 42, this is your first call. Again, class 41 and 42, this is your first call to be at ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 38 is being placed. That means we need the first and second place winners from classes 36 and 37 to be at ringside. That's entries 361, 360, 380, and 376. Again, those goats need to be at ringside for contention for our junior champion drive immediately following this class.
Well, another awesome set of bucks here, and I think the one that wins, again, is just the most fault-free and functional there. When you talk about build quality, when you talk about masculinity, ruggedness, and power, I think he fits that mold versus the one coming out here in 2. I think he's better about his hip and his hind leg, and when we ask that one to get out and go, I think he plants and pushes with more athleticism and more coordination there out of his rear 2 compared to the one in 3. He's more busted open in his chest. He's bigger about his midrib. He's broader there from behind. I think that's the most complete buck. That's the hardest for me to pick a hole in out here in this set. I like that one a good deal. One coming out here in 2. Front 2/3 of this buck really matched my winner in terms of stoutness, in terms of width and power. I'm not going to tell you he's bigger back than my winner. I think they're both plenty powerful. For me, I got to change him in terms of his rear 3rd. I wish he was a shot leveler there out of his hip, but for me, it's his sharpness to his hock. When we get out and go, he's just more set. He never really gets down and really functions and flexes off of it. I wish he could get another gear out in motion, just more set in stone there in terms of the angle and set to his hock. I wish he had more athleticism there, and we could switch the top pair because from there forward, I think he matches my winner in terms of stoutness and true rib shape and body. The one coming out here in 3, we can all see this is the big, high-performing one that's really long-sided. And if you like big goats, that one could certainly run up to the top of the class. For me, when we start breaking him down, it's in his front knee. I got to square him up at the base of his forerib. I wish he had just a shot more crank and yank there, just more turn and true dimension to him. That's the big outline, long-sided buck that's high-performing. Got to open him up underneath. As we got 3 more coming out here that are very similar just in terms of type and kind. The next 2, ones that are big-footed, ones that are sound and functional. I think both of them could use just a shot more pry there to their full rib, a shot more pry back to their pin set. For me, I thought this one was just a shot smoother in this top line and hip and hind leg than the one coming directly behind him. Again, I think the same could be said for this one. Just one that's very functional in terms of type and kind. Could use a shot more real steel down his top, a shot more genuine power back to his pin set. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. First goes to entry 395. Drew Pontius from Bloomingburg, Ohio, with DPON record holder. Second goes to entry 391. Scarlett Kreisel of Hull, Iowa, with KHAR Trump's American Promise. Third goes to entry 397. Corrine Lamb. Fourth goes to entry 387. Drew Pontius. Fifth goes to entry 388. Mackenzie Kraft. And 6 goes to entry 393, Carolina Carner. Now in the ring is our junior champion, Buck Drive. From Class 36, your first place was entry 361 from Aaron Yoakum. And second was entry 360 from Dylan Madden. From Class 37, your first place was entry 380 from Isaac Cruz Redden. And your second place was entry 376 from Amy Sharmer. And from Class 38, your class winner was entry 395 from Drew Pontius. And your second place was entry 391 from Scarlett Kreisel. Class 41 and 42, this is your second call. Class 41, this is your final call as well. Class 41 yearling bucks 12 to under 16 months. You should be in the make-ready area, ready to go in. Again, Class 41, be in the makeup area, ready to go in. Class 42, this is your second call.
Well, we get our 6 out here in our first division of the Buck Show, and again, I think these 6 just embody what I'm about in terms of a rugged look and as much power as you can pack onto the skeleton, and then at the same time, we want them to look just as extended and as good in terms of their joint work and their basic build as we can possibly ask for. I think it's very important these things, hip and hind legs, work and function very, very good. You take a buck and you put him in an operation, and that's half your offspring are going to be out of that one animal. So I think that's first and foremost. Hip and hind leg got to be right. They got to look like a buck should. They got to be rugged in terms of their build and structure, and they got to pack as much punch as we can possibly get on them. There's one out here that hits me really, really hard just in terms of that one's look, that one's build, and still just so powerful. For reserve, we've got a stoutie out here just in terms of stoutness of skull, forearm, and front foot. That one is so rugged there from every angle. One that's still good in terms of his build, maybe not quite as eccentric there in terms of his look as the one that's going to win this here division. But I think 2 of them that are really, really good, just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. If you will, help me congratulate the buck out of our first class. That'll be your champion. Buck out of the second class will be your reserve.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion, junior full-blood buck, goes to entry 361. That's Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio with SLBNK, Yoakum's Draft King. Your reserve goes to entry 380. That's Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana with SPUGH, Midas Touch. Now coming in the ring, we'll have Class 41, Yearling Bucks 12 to under 16 months. Class 42, Yearling Bucks 16 to under 20 months. This is your final call. Yearling Bucks 20 to under 24 months. This will be your second call. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 41 is being placed. Class 42, you should be at ringside ready to go in. Class 43, Yearling Bucks 20 to under 24 months, you should be headed to ringside or already there.
Well, a really nice class, and I think you could flip-flop these top two and place them however you want based on your priority traits and where you want to lay your emphasis. For me, the traditional buck up front, I think that one's plenty good looking. He's plenty extended. For me, I think he was an upgrade just in terms of bone work and feature today. And still, when you get your hands on top of that one, I think he meets my hand a shot bolder right there behind his shoulder. I think that one's more cracked open there and lays the foundation for more dimension and more power from his shoulder back. No question about it. I like to make him just a shot longer bodied there, and I think that's where the buck in second makes it close. But for me, I think he was just a shot more abrupt in terms of his bone work, in terms of his forearm and his front foot. I think hit me a shot stouter and a shot more rugged in terms of his overall mass and dimension. One coming out here in two, again, this one's got an extra rib just in terms of length, and in terms of from hooks to pins, that one is just a shot longer there. And so for me, it was the margin difference where you want to make your call. Is that one long enough and good enough looking? I thought he was here in this set. Again, we talk about the one coming out in second being long-sided, really, really neat there, just in terms of the way that one fits together from the side at the ground. I wish he was just a shot stouter in terms of his bone work and his forearm. We could certainly make that one flip-flop and a strong case there for the first place hole. One coming out here in three. A young lady does a great job getting this one presented from the side, man. That one gives you a really, really good look. We get our hands on that one, one that's a shot plainer right there in terms of his rib shape and pin width maybe is the top two, but from the side profile shot, that one's really fresh, high presented type of livestock that's very functional in its kind. One coming out next, again, a really extended, long-backed, long-sided one, and I like that about him. For me, I wish he hooked up a shot better behind his shoulder. I wish he was a shot broader and wider there from behind. Just need to power that one up, square him up down his top. The pair we're going to round out with just a little bit skinnier, a little bit greener there in terms of their maturity pattern and condition today. Ones that are built right in their angles at the ground. I just need a shot more feel and feed and a shot more power on them today. If you will, let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 41. First goes entry 406, Amber Schroeder from Batesville, Indiana, with 1 DRLA, Driving 'em Wild. Second goes entry 404, Rick and Misty Allen from Fairmount, Illinois, with RMA 2, Code Blue. Third goes entry 401 for Cade Sanders. Fourth goes entry 405, Christian Stockberger. Fifth goes to entry 403, Tyler Puckett. And sixth goes to entry 402, Kenzie Fisher. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 42, full-blood yearling bucks, 16 to under 20 months. Class 43, yearling bucks, 20 to under 24 months. This is your final call to get to ringside. Again, Class 42 is entering the ring. Class 43, this is your final call to get to ringside. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. If your child had to miss school to be here today or yesterday, we have school excuses available up here at the announcer's booth. Again, if your child had to miss school to be present here yesterday or today, we have school excuses available up here at the announcer's booth.
Well, an awesome class, and I think an incredible winner here on the top side. When you study that one, man, he's rugged. But versus the set, I don't think there's one that comes close just in terms of width, power, and dimension. This thing is cracked open. He's wide. He's powerful. Big back, monster in it, whatever tag you want to put. This guy's got the meat. He's got the muscle. He's got the density. It'll be fun to see that one back out here in the drive. Let's put our hands together for a really nice class winner. Second place out of this class. Again, one that you take the first place out, and I think it gets a little bit closer there. You study this one again. I think he's opened up. He's got some shape. He's got some dimension to him compared to the one right behind him. I think he's bigger in terms of his bone work. He's better out of his hip and his hind leg. Just can't match my winners. Extra power, extra density, and extra shape. Really nice one there to come out in second. One coming out here in third. Again, this one's really, really good. Just being a moderate, boxy type buck that's got some dimension, got some shape to him. Again, I got to make him longer and leveler there out of his hip. I wish he was stouter at the ground to match his shape he's got up high. We're going to round out one very functional in terms of his basic build and his angles. That one represents the long-lasting kind for me. He just needs to be more amped up in terms of his power and rib shape today. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate all of them on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Attention in the barns, we are missing entry 418 for Class 43. Again, Noah Teal, your class is about to enter the ring. Results for Class 42. First goes entry 413, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with TKGB U-Proof. Second goes entry 411, Jacob Wickard of Greenfield, Indiana, with RMA2 Sky High. Third goes entry 409, Adeline Plack. And fourth goes entry 410, Michael Beam. Now entering the ring is Class 43, full-blood yearling bucks 20 to under 24 months. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Class 43 is currently in the ring. That means we need the class winners in second places from Class 41 and 42, and subsequently Class 43 on deck for our yearling champion drive immediately following Class 43. That means I need from Class 41, entry 406 from Amber Schroeder, and entry 404 from Rick and Misty Allen. And from Class 42, I need entry 413 for Kellen Knott, and entry 411 for Jacob Wickard. Again, I need those goats at ringside for our yearling champion drive immediately following Class 43. Class 44, Class 45, and Class 46. This is your first call. Class 46 and 47, this is your first call.
Another awesome class that we get set up out here, and I think our winner, just in terms of his presence, in terms of that rugged look and that image, man, that's what I'm after, just in terms of the long neck and being rugged right there about his head and horn set. His front foot and his forearm are huge. I love his hip and his hind leg and his power he's got everywhere in between. Really nice class winner here. I think it gets close between 2 and 3, for different reasons. You can flip-flop them around, and as long as you told me right, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. Black Dapple Buck's just thicker. He's wider chested. He's bigger through his midrib and out back. I think he just packs a bigger punch. Now the one coming out here in 3, he is a shot more elevated up front. He's a shot longer there down his side. I think he just gives up too much in terms of power today. Needs to be a shot more busted open right there in his forearm, a shot fuller back there to his lower flank and stifle. And then the buck that's going to round us out again, talk about one that's very functional in terms of his type and his kind. That one reads really, really rugged, and I like his balance. For me, he just needs to be more opened up there in his forearm. I need to pull him apart there, the top side of his hip, feel him in down low. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them all on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 43. First goes entry 420 for Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma with TKGB, King of Hearts. Second goes entry 421, Riley White of Monticello, Indiana with 4JJ, two-tone. Third goes entry 425, Christian Stockberger. And fourth goes entry 419, Gretchen Keene. Now entering the ring, we'll have our yearling champion drive. And this will consist of classes 41, 42, and 43. From class 41, your first place was entry 406 from Amber Schroeder. Your second place was entry 404 from Rick and Misty Allen. From class 42, your first place was entry 413 from Kellen Knott. Your second was entry 411 from Jacob Wickard. And from class 43, your first place was entry 420 from Piper Fisher. And your second place was entry 421 from Riley White. Classes 46 and 47, the division in front of you is in, and those are single entry classes, so please be at ringside. Again, classes 46 and 47, please be at ringside. We will move into you shortly.
Well, it's been an incredible second division here in the Full Blood Buck Show, and I'll tell you, I think it's a two-horse race out here with two really, really fast horses. They're not all exactly the same, but I tell you, these two are really, really good. For me, I think there's one that he is just a shot trimmer. He just got a shot more style about him there up front. When you study that one, super, super athletic, one that's packed full of power, but for me, it's his extra style up front and a really athletic hip and hind leg that's going to get him the nod here in this division. For a reserve, there's one that's an absolute beast just in terms of his base width, in terms of his true density and his true power. That one is Mongo Top, monster ended, and I think packs full of power and punch every angle you get of him. For reserve, that one is really, really good. I'd like to change him, make him just a shot longer there, and that's what gets him beat today. But I think two of them that are extremely good, just a bit different. Help me put our hands together for the young lady out of our last class. That's your champion. Young man out of class 2, you're holding the reserve.
Thank you, Judge. Your champion, yearling full blood buck, goes to entry 420. Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma with TKGB, King of Hearts. Your reserve went to entry 413. Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois with TKGB, U-Proof. Now coming in the ring is class 46, 2-year-old full blood bucks, 24 to under 36 months.
A single entry here, but I think a buck that could certainly stand at the top of any of these classes we've seen today. You talk about one that's really good looking, long-sided and still wide at the ground. I think he fits that mold. One that could certainly stand some competition with that kind of top-side shape and an awesome hip and hind leg he's got on him. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate the young lady on a job well done.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 46. First, winter entry 424, Tyler Sparks of West Union, Ohio, with 2 CCB SPRKY back-to-back. Now entering the ring is Class 47, aged full-blood bucks, 36 months and over.
A single entry in our last class of the day. I think this one's a stouty from every angle, big-footed, broad-chested, huge-backed, huge hip. And for this one to have that much power, I think he gets around the ring with a lot of ease here. Really nice single entry here in our senior division. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate the young lady. We'll see it back out here for the drive.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 47. First, winter entry 426, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TK GB Troubleshooter. Now entering the ring, we will have our senior champion full-blood buck drive. From Class 46, we've got entry 424, Tyler Sparks from West Union, Ohio. And from Class 47, we've got entry 426, Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma. If you were a division champion or reserve, you need to be at ringside as we are about to select our champion overall buck. Those are entry numbers 361, 380, 420, and 413. Again, those bucks need to be at ringside for our upcoming Grand Drive.
Well, it's been an awesome buck show, and we've got our 2 single entries out here for our senior division lineup. And I'd like to just take a minute and thank everybody for having me out today. I'd like to thank our ring help real quick. I know we still got the grand drive to do, but man, we've seen a lot of goats here today. They've come in and out of the ring, and it's been fun for me to get to sit back and sort and ones I like and not worry about all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. So if you're here, if you're showing today, let's put our hands together. Let's thank everybody backstage that made this happen. I'll start talking about the bucks again. I think we got 2 of them really, really good out here. 2 that are different just in terms of type and its kinds. And if you're looking for a buck to take home and put on your doe base, I wouldn't have a problem putting either one of these on any of my does. Red buck up front. That's the really good looking long-sided one. He might be a rib longer than the one right behind him. You like that about him. You like his length. You like his extension. You like that one from the side a good deal. Buck coming out here in the second class, out of our 36-plus class. In terms of stoutness and in terms of extension, man, that one is super pried apart, super big top, super thick-ended. I think he still balances it up with a really, really good look for having that much power. That guy can cat around the ring really, really good. And so my compliments for you exhibitors on bringing 2 high-quality bucks here in the senior division. If you will, help me compliment the young lady out of our last class. She's going to be your champion. The young lady out of our first class is going to be your reserve.
Congratulations to your senior champion and reserve champion full-blood bucks. Your champion was entry 426 from Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma. Your reserve was entry 424 from Tyler Sparks of West Union, Ohio. Coming in now, we will have our champion overall buck drive. From the junior division, your champion full-blood buck was entry 361, Aaron Yoakum of West Union, Ohio, with SLBNK, Yoakum's Draft King. From your yearling division, your champion yearling full-blood buck was entry 420 from Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB, King of Hearts. And from your senior division, your champion senior full-blood buck was entry 426 from Piper Fisher of Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB, Troubleshooter. And then for our reserves, from your junior division, your reserve, entry 380, Isaac Cruz Redden from Norman, Indiana, with SPUGH, Midas Touch. From your yearling division, your yearling reserve champion was entry 413, Kellen Knott from Mackinac, Illinois, with TKGB, U-Proof. And from your senior division, your reserve senior champion was entry 424 from Tyler Sparks of West Union, Ohio, with 2 CCB SPRKY back-to-back. As our judge sorts through this great buck drive, we'd like to say thank you one more time to our judge, Mr. Clint Demmett from Bridgeport, Texas. He was a graduate of Texas Tech University with a degree in animal science. While there, he was a member of the livestock judging team and meat animal evaluation teams. He's had the opportunity to judge several local shows as well as various regional shows, state fairs, and junior nationals all across the United States. He's very grateful for the opportunity to come sort today at the North American International Livestock Expo, and we've been very thankful to have his time and talents today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for our judge today, Mr. Clint Demmett.
Wow, what a day it's been, and these 6 bucks that are out here are just a statement to the depth and the quality that we've seen today. Top to bottom, it's been a really, really fun, outstanding set of goats to sort through. No doubt about it. There's a lot of parts and pieces I was able to find and work up in class and work up in division. And these 6 out here, man, they really fit me to a T. They're not all exactly the same, but I think that's okay because I don't think that livestock are all cut from the same make and mold. They don't all fit the same model, but I'm telling you, I think good stock's good stock, and these things are functional, they're built right, and they come with the extras. I'll talk them to you briefly, but real quick, again, I said thank you to the staff behind the scenes that put this thing on. I want to say thanks to my family, thanks to my wife up in the stands today for making it happen, for making things run while I'm out here getting to do what I love and getting to short shows. Me and my dad were back at home the other day. We were putting cedars in some recips for a flush, and you get to doing that, and you get a little agitated at him. And he said, "Hey, man, just take a second. Calm down. You're doing what you love, right?" And that's exactly true. There's no place I'd rather be than out here in this ring today. And these 6 individuals are showing 6 outstanding goats. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate all 6 of these on making it back out here. It comes down to Grand Reserve, and I think there's 2 of them that are a lot the same. Just in terms of the body style they represent, they're rugged. They're built to last in terms of their hip and their hind leg, and they're packed full of power and packed full of muscle all the way throughout. I think there's some minor differences between them, maybe just in the way they fill it out today. Maybe one's just got a shot more out there feature. Maybe one's got a shot more out there pin width, and so I think that's what makes it close. Both of them are ideal in terms of their build. Both of them are ideal in terms of their look. If you will, let's make some noise. Let's put our hands together. I'll go show you your Grand Reserve buck, your 2025 North American.
Congratulations to our champion overall and reserve champion overall bucks at the 2025 North American International Livestock Expo. Your champion from the junior division went to entry 361. Aaron Yoakum from West Union, Ohio, with SLBNK Yoakum's Draft King. Your reserve from the yearling division went to entry 420. Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, with TKGB King of Hearts. We'd also like to announce and congratulate our premier exhibitor for this year's 2025 North American, and that goes to Trevor and Maddie Clemens of Henrietta, Oklahoma. Please come to the ring and get your banner.